feels odd here. Be on your guard.
Sure does, Zoe. Sure does. Hey everyone, we're back. We're more Tales of Arise. Yeah, so we ended last time to what I believe is going to be a boss fight, because I mean, look at the shape of this area, and also there's a healing light here. So but if I remember correctly, I was able to make most, if not everyone's, most of everyone's, if not I also make new weapons for everyone, and I don't remember if I was able to make all of their new weapons or just most of them. I don't remember. I know I didn't make the farming shit because it's farming shit. Fuck that. It's also doesn't seem to be very good. I think it's more jokey if anything. It has one really good stat, which I'm not really sure what it is, and then the other ones are, yeah. But we're here now with full CP and HP, actually, I think. So we don't even need the healing. We can just run right on in. I don't need to say it, and I literally haven't done anything since starting the stream. Alright. Here we go. Oh shit. Yo, that is a big boy. Oh, that is a big boy. That's awesome. Also, hold on. I know I'm kind of ruining the moment here, but hold on. I also need to go plug in my controller. Okay. All right. Let's continue. Yo, that is a big boy.
What the hell is that thing?
I don't know, but it's fucking hype
Probably
as
that
shit.
monster Nath warned us about, if I had to guess.
Do you think this might have been where
Nath
one of those
brings that
lights that
shit?
shot out of the wedge landed?
But why this location? If the purpose of the wedge is to harvest Dana's astral energy. We can figure that out later. If that thing gets into town, it's going to cause chaos.
Sure is.
We need to take it down and move on. Let's go!
Yo, that's a fucking big ass Zool. Yo, that's awesome. Fucking love that. That's actually really fucking
Let me
dope.
know if you need healing.
Alright, so what are we looking at here? I can't
Here it
even.
comes. Focus. On your
I
toes,
can't even
everyone.
like scan it. Ifrit Malum. I imagine it's a fire-based thing, so we can keep Shion and Rinwell. I believe they both have water-based guns. Well, Shion has a water-based gun. I'd be a little concerned if Rinwell suddenly had a gun. Do you have any water-based shields? Do you have any water-based gauntlets? Nope. No. Okay. Yeah, that works. Actually, if we're still using the same... Okay, yeah, no, we should be fine. If this is the fucking team I've been using the entire fucking dungeon, then we should be fine. Does Kasara have any water-based shit? She does. Okay. Alright, well, fucking... Let's do this, I guess. I can't even attack
Suddenly
the damn
turning
thing.
tail doesn't seem so ridiculous.
Why? Are you scared?
Me? Are you?
Do you even have to
I would
ask?
like to attack.
Of course I'm scared.
Focus up before we become that thing's lunch.
Yeah, no, it's
Is
a...
summoning Zoogles? Take care of them while keeping...
And it can summon fucking
Eye on it.
Zoom straight, of course.
Armor won't save you!
Healing circle. Raging storm.
here I go.
This one's mine. There you go.
And just like that, I'm back in it.
Start by holding the front line.
No sooner said than done.
Well, we can't get out of this!
Dance in the wind! Don't mind if I do!
Ready and ready!
Gemini Ultra!
Denied!
Hurricane Reveal!
What level are these? 40? What level's the party? 40, 41. Alright. Yo, the fucking big boy is 40, level 47.
Field! Gemini Aqua! Get on in there with the others! Got it! Now's our chance! First aid! Real Tiger Blade! Laser Spear! Hurricane! Freeze Laser!
Prepare to be sealed! Easter!
Laser Spear! Here's evil! Do it!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! Laser Spear! Here's evil!
Lightning Orb!
In a bind?
Lightning Strike!
Appreciate the help.
Lightning Strike! Lightning Strike!
Where are you going? Nothing gets by me.
Lightning Storm! Hurry up! Hold on to your heart. Here I come.
Burn in hell!
It's weakened.
Down.
This one is
This
mine.
ain't no!
Lightning Strike! Lightning Strike!
Strike! I'm not done!
None shall escape my judgment.
Lunar Arc!
All
Take this!
disasters made one.
Strike!
Look shot. Hurricane Strike! Back into the
Order
field.
won't save you!
Back down.
Do it.
There we go.
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Alright. Still can't attack you. Oh, what you gonna
Here
summon
come
now?
more.
We'll just have to keep fighting.
These things.
They're all coming after me.
I'm coming, Redwell.
I'm not scared. I'm totally fine. Frozen.
Hammer!
Nicely done.
Take this!
All thanks to you.
Ready to
Hurricane
go.
Thrust! Soaring Light Spear! Mirage!
Tiger Blade.
Ignite! My turn! I'm not done!
Get behind me.
This one's mine.
Azure Storm!
Tiger Blade.
Hurricane Strike.
This one's
You're
mine.
mine!
Make it rain.
Astral Energy. Full throttle.
Nice.
My turn! You're mine!
What better combo
Tear!
to take down
Mirage!
a flying fire enemy?
Hurricane Strike. Don't mind if I do. Gravitas Flaming Render.
Oh fuck, I meant to get out of that.
Okay!
Field.
You may be
Do
strong,
it.
but I'll never back down! Commander of Heaven!
I panicked and pressed up on D-pad with the
Healing Circle.
Appreciate the help.
Thanks, Shion.
This one.
Be careful not to overdo it.
incoming. Not a problem.
I'll do better. Sorry.
But this fight ends here!
just go ahead and do this.
Now, Asuna!
Right. Radiant Pierce. Do it. Going in. This one's got your name on it.
Ash to ash.
Not a chance!
This one's
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to...
I'm not done!
Tiger Blade.
Blazing carve through armor!
Igneous discard.
Azure!
It looks like you got this one covered. Here, let me help. First aid.
There are
May I
crazy
help
up
you? Chariot of Strike.
Lunar Arc.
Burn!
Igneous discard. My head's spinning just watching you.
Tempest Whirl. Where's your healing art? First aid. Water Astral Energy. Lunar Dance in the Wind. Air Thrust. Light Axe Dance in the Wind. Field. Iron Wheel.
Azure Storm!
Azure Storm. I owe you, Sion. Healing is what my arts do best. All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
You're to be let free! Azure Storm! Burn in hell! Azure Storm!
Wow, I'm almost
Now,
there.
Law, get toasty.
Burn Strike!
still can't attack the big
Healing
boy.
circle! It's about to strike!
Sure is.
Look sharp, everyone!
Everyone all
Still
right?
can't.
We won't surrender. We won't retreat. Not yet.
Whatever you do,
Shion, you
please
want
stay
to
safe.
Healing
take on
circle!
the,
If it's in the sky, it's mine.
on something so big!
I'll
that's a
handle
good
it.
question.
Open!
Watch and learn! That's enough! Go back down!
Nice. Wait, really? Really? That's all it takes? Man,
Everyone okay?
I am 100%
I think
flaccid
so.
after that. Wow, that's...
That thing scared the pants off me.
It felt like it had a different aura than other Zeugles, didn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't like the one that Almadria sicked on us either.
Its elemental astral energy variance was out of this world. It was like fighting a lord.
I guess it's safe to assume that if it came out of the wedge, it must have played some part in helping harvest astral energy. But what? Perhaps a living spirit vessel? It's plausible, given the location. Or it may be part of a new force dispatched to regain control of Dana.
If we assume that monster was one of the 4 beams of light, we must have prevented something from taking place here.
I'd like to think so, knowing how much grief it gave us. But at least with that out of the way, we can keep moving forward now. Let's go.
Man, what a fucking... I'll be real, that boss fight sucks, bro. It was so disappointing. That's actually really fucking disappointing. That's all that boss fight was, really? That big ass boy? That's all that boss fight was? Come on, man. Defeated all the lights that emerged from the wedge. So are the other 3 lights gonna be like optional shit? The key to a certain door in Calaglia. Simply beholding it makes one wonder what lies beyond the threshold.
Well, am I improving?
Tremendously.
I have no
The
idea what the
speed
way-
and precision of your aim is simply unmatched.
I had
Some
no
repulsive
idea you were
castle.
watching me so closely.
Fortress or whatever the fuck it was. That boss fight. That was honestly very disappointing. It was honestly very disappointing. That boss fight made me so hyped. It hit me so hyped just to move all the fuck out of me. Uh, yeah.
Hey, is that it over there?
Sure looks like it. Having trouble getting back to town, I can lend you a hand. How the fuck did you get back out here? Man, that was really fucking disappointing. Like, I just... It's really fucking disappointing, dude. Excuse me. Let me check something real quick. Alright. I just want to make sure or something. I think we're good. I probably maybe I should make some new accessories, but fuck it. I guess the rapids are still growing. Yeah. What he said? Most can't imagine making it past that scorching gauntlet. Least of all, come out the other side to find this piece of heaven. So I ask once again, how the fuck did you get here? Should come back to the heathen light. Oh well. Oh shit. I meant to save over it.
Alphen?
Did you remember something?
No, but I have seen this starship before. This is it. This is the ship I traveled in when I escaped from Lenegis.
Three centuries later, and it's no worse for wear. I'll take a look at the internals.
Damn! I'm amazed it still works at all after all this time.
The past meets the present. I really am from a different time and place.
Yeah, but you've got us now, Alphen.
Not only that, but you've helped out so many people, too.
Law's right. Rinwell too. You're one of us now. No more carrying the weight of history on your shoulders. You're a part of this world.
Right. Thanks, you guys.
How's it look?
It should fly. All internal systems seem to be operating. However, considering how long it's remained inactive, I suspect it will take some time before it's ready for takeoff.
How much time are we talking here?
Starship mechanics are not what I'd call my forte, so I'd rather not hazard a guess.
So we've just got to sit around here and wait? I'm terrible at waiting.
That's because you're a child. Oh, but how about we use this time to prepare and gather supplies for the trip?
Good idea. Who knows when we'll be back from Lenegis once we leave. We should prepare ourselves for every possible scenario before we go.
Let's try not to stay away too long. I'd hate for anything to happen to the place while we're gone.
Either we race ahead, or we take due precaution to ensure we have no regrets. I shall leave it up to you as to how we proceed, Alphen.
Works for me.
I mean, wait until the ship is ready for takeoff. The fuck is this map action? Oh no. Alright. So we can either go back, restock, or maybe do sufficient to make some money to then restock because it being not a horrible amount of money for like definitely like a large amount of money for earlier in the game. Now it's pretty not much. So if I do go and get supplies and shit, maybe I should make some better. If anything, maybe I should make better accessories or something. So let me see. Hmm. Shit. Let's see. Let's see. So where's the merchants over here? What's the best warrior emblem I can make? ×3. It's about as good as I can. By sacrificing an accessory, you can transfer one bonus skill to a different accessory. However, this can only be done if the accessory to be sacrificed has reached its max level. Damn. Because I'm looking at a list of like good accessories for each character now, and ideally, I want to have a warrior emblem for Alphen that the bonus skill is counterattack damage. And none of these have that. Damn. Do I have anything that would do extra counterattack damage? Nope. Counterattack damage 30%. Okay, so if I do that, and I transfer... Yeah, fuck. So I gotta fucking enhance it. Hold on. Let me see. Hmm. Okay. Alright. I know what I'm going for now. Yeah, I just gotta make sure I don't... I want to avoid using stuff that has bonus shit that I'm gonna want to put on my accessories. Okay, so now I can transfer from this. How is this not max level? No selectable accessories present. The fuck you mean? Oh, okay. Counterattack damage. The fire damage isn't terrible for Elfin either, but I don't really use his fire shit too much because it hurts him. Let me see, any other? Anything else with this counterattack? What the fuck is Kuge Graph? Oh. I know there were arts that consumed all AG, but apparently there is. You know, I just realized ideally I'd want to use something that doesn't something low level, so it doesn't take as much to get it to max. We could do this. There's nothing lower rank that has counterattack. There's a couple rank 4 stuff that has it. This might be a bit. This might actually take up a bit of the stream. So, you know, sorry about that. But it's important though. Okay. Transfer counterattack damage to there. Okay. So that's what the best we can make for Alphen at the moment. Can I make a Mystic Crest? Doesn't seem like it, unfortunately. No. Do I have a
Hey,
Mystic?
that looks
Probably
pretty
not, because it's not showing up
good.
in the list as a like the list of recipes. I probably don't have. No. All right, so I can't make a Mystic Crest for Xion. Can I make a fairy ring? Nope, can't make that either. Revival ring? I don't have any regenerative crystals. Let me see what's another good accessory for Xion. I guess I can give her a magic emblem. Or I think she already has a magic emblem, actually. I can give her a better one. What rank is the one she has now? 4. I can make her a rank 5 one. Neither of these have bonus elemental attack buffs. This doesn't really matter which one I make them. Fuck. So where is she on? Alright, equip that. Look at that, her old one, which is already at max level, did have elemental attack as a bonus skill, I think. Unless I read that wrong. I probably read that wrong. Let's see. No, it didn't. God damn it. Resistance when damage and decreased aggro. You know what? Let me get this. Because if I ever do get a Mystic Crest, I'm going to want to put this on there. I'll transfer that for now. And the rest I can do just elemental attack. I think that's one I can. I think I had some rank 2s that did elemental attack. That had like elemental attack for bonus stuff. I can find them, unless they all got used for enhancing. It's very possible. Elemental defense. Elemental attack. Well, this one showed me elemental attack by percentage. This is only like a flat bonus. I don't know. Yeah, I don't. Also, I forgot higher level things have stronger buffs, so I probably do want to make a high level of thing as possible for this shit. No. You know what? Fuck it. Probably shouldn't put too much work into something that will ultimately be replaced anyway if it becomes possible. So I believe Rinwell is also going to give a Mr. Crest to if I could, but yeah. Let's see. You know what? Fuck it. This is all shit I should be doing. I should have done off camera. Whatever. If it becomes a problem, then we'll worry about it later. But
It's funny, isn't it?
What is?
All this. When we first started this thing, did you ever imagine we'd be going to Lenegus? After all, this is the sort of thing I was rebelling against when I ran away from home, right?
I'm sure Zephyr would be proud if he knew what his son was doing right now.
And a little shocked, too.
We're defying the order of things that have persisted for 300 years. Deep down, I knew our journey would lead to confronting Lenegus.
yeah, I mean, it would have to happen eventually.
Yeah, you maybe, but you're a Renan. The rest of us can barely even picture what it means to leave Dana.
No offense to Shion and Dohalim, but it's worth remembering we're heading into enemy territory.
No offense taken, and this is no picnic for me either.
Remember, our aim is to ensure that both Lenegus and the Renan homeworld leave Dana alone for good. I don't think we'll be able to avoid a fight.
Is there no way we can talk them into leaving us alone?
I doubt it.
The people of Lenegus?
Sure. I mean, we found a way to make it work with Shion and Dohalim, right? And it's not just us. If places like Menancia can do it, Then why can't we?
Because there are still many of my kind who believe it was right and natural that Rena reigns over Dana. There are those on Lenegis who have never stepped foot on Dana. I doubt whether they'd even listen to Danans.
Look, none of us want to fight. But these are the same people who fired that wedge down on Dana. What happens next is on them.
Right. We're not going to sit back and wait for them to oppress us again.
Right.
Don't forget, there's also a good chance the Red Woman is somewhere on Lenegis. And wherever she is, we should find the Renaissance too.
That's right. If we can take it back, then Xion can finally get rid of her thorns. Xion?
Huh? Yeah.
This is how they sleep. Trying to be real fucking
Where?
uncomfortable.
Xion?
Really not just like fall over. Your party disbanded.
Where'd Xion go?
Yeah, they're all
How
sleeping.
could she just go off on her own? She's not over there. Where did she run off to? Xion.
Dude, she's right there. Like, she's not even hidden. She's right. You could have seen her from your seat. She's right there. Did I save before heading to that campfire? Hope I did.
Xion. Xion! It's your thorns? But why? You okay? Just now, it looked like you used your maiden powers to suppress your thorns. You can really do that?
Stay out of my way.
I'd rather we didn't do this.
Wait a second. Are you planning to go alone?
Shut up!
Why would you do this?
I told you to shut up!
I won't let you.
I mean it.
I refuse to let you.
I won't tell you again. Move or I'll shoot.
If that's the case, then go ahead and shoot me!
What are you gonna do? Shoot me? Says Alvin. Yeah, it's pretty obvious she wasn't gonna be able to shoot Alvin.
Do you remember back when I was stabbed? By Rolron?
Yeah. I thought for sure that he had killed you back there.
That wasn't the first time.
Huh?
The first time was when I was only a child. After that, no matter how often, I just couldn't die.
Couldn't die? So you're immortal?
Or she's
How's
undead.
that even...
You know?
I believe you, Xion. But tell me how is something like that possible?
Think your
My
thorns
thorns.
even repel
They're
death?
me, but at the same time not. They're part of me. I have no idea why, but my thorns will never let me die. At least not before I'm meant to.
You can't die before your death?
When my thorns free themselves,
That's
it will be my death.
a weird ass sentence out of context.
I've seen it. A darkness that swallows up everything until nothing remains. It's a vision of oblivion I
You
can't
can't die
escape.
before your death.
I want to believe it's all just a bad dream. But no matter what I tell myself, I know it's not.
Yeah, but you... Wait. The whole reason you needed the Renaissance was to get rid of your thorns, right?
If I burn away what's inside, then what will happen to the rest of me? Right. Either way you look at it, I'm going to die. But if I am going to die, I figure I can at least take my thorns out with me. That's what I've been after this whole time.
That's why you turned your back on your fellow Renans and chose to fight with us, isn't it? And while we've all been fighting to keep on living, you have been with us fighting desperately to die.
That's fucked up.
That was the plan. But then I met all of you. And before I knew it, I didn't want to die anymore.
Shion, don't lose hope yet. We'll find a way to save you. There's still time to.
It's pointless.
Why?
Because the darkness won't just consume me. The truth is, it will consume all of existence as well. It was only a suspicion at first, but ever since the Red Woman triggered my maiden powers, I've been more certain than ever before. It was then that I finally came to realize my powers were holding my thorns in check the entire time. But they don't anymore. Not since Lenegis, when the wedge fell. Every day, I feel the thorn's power growing stronger inside of me. Pretty soon, I won't be able to hold them back anymore. And when that happens,
They will consume all existence.
And that's why you wanted to leave by yourself. You planned to find the Renaissance on your own and sacrifice yourself to stop the thorns.
But that's too much. It's way too much.
when this all began, I didn't care what happened to me or anyone else. And what happened to the Renans or the Danans didn't matter to me at all. I know I have to die, but I don't want to. Not now that I have this. I wish we had never met. Then I wouldn't have to feel this way.
Shion!
Elvin?
Damn.
Living for the sake of dying is no better than being a slave. How can you endure this?
Elvin.
It's not fair. I don't care what anybody says. I won't let it happen. We can fight this. Fight until the end together. Isn't that what you said to me before?
Even if it should mean that it'll be the end of everything else, too.
Shion, what do you want? It's your decision, ultimately. But if you decide not to fight fate, I will. Even if I have to do it alone.
No, you won't be alone. I'll fight as well.
Count me in as well. I want to be a force for good, not hate.
And me too. I meant it with all of my heart when I told you before. Neither of you are alone in this at all.
You guys...
And I, for one, don't believe this venture is without hope.
Huh?
Shion is the descendant of a maiden from 300 years ago. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that those events have some connection to her thorns. The true nature of which, I imagine we will discover as we make our way to Lenegis and uncover the truth of what's unfolding here.
I take it you mean we might find a way to get rid of her thorns and she'll live?
It's certainly possible. Though I suspect the nature of the Sovereign is connected somehow.
So be it. I've already lost everything I had once. And I won't let it happen again. Shion. No matter what happens from now on, we're right here with you. All of us are. You are not alone.
You guys. You're all so stubborn. Thank you, everyone.
I like this.
For right now, and a little while longer, I just want to hold on to this dream. And most of all, more than anything else, I want to be with all of you. So let's go. On to Lenegis.
That was a nice cutscene. Not a little, if not a little, just a little bit cheesy. But that was nice. Talk to the other party members. I have livestock that has reached maturity.
The end of the world. It's hard to believe, isn't it?
Yeah.
I believe Shion is telling the truth.
Kept getting
What
bigger
about
and
you?
bigger.
As a friend, yes, I want to believe her. Everything that's happened seems to point towards some sort of great danger that's lurking ahead of us. Still, it's hard to fathom something that could usher outright doom to the world. That those really are the stakes we face.
I mean,
No,
that's just
I
the
understand. Even Shion doesn't seem to know exactly what will
Shion seems to
happen
be
to bring it
taking
all
literally.
about.
We have so many pieces of the puzzle in
all
our
of
hands.
existence.
So many clues. Yet the complete picture eludes us.
So where do her thorns fit in then?
Well, I imagine they must sit at the very center of it all. You remember the voice we all heard while we were inside the wedge, don't you?
Yeah, I remember. It was the will of Dana's astral energy come to life. Well, that's what we all thought.
Right. And from that, we're able to hypothesize how vast concentrations of astral energy can become sentient. Let's return to when we found Shion in Pelagian. When her thorns went wild, they contained far more astral energy than any mere Renin would normally have inside them.
So you think those thorns might be alive too? That their will is what keeps her from dying? But why would they want to destroy the entire world?
As for that, I really cannot say for certain. Its goals still remain a mystery. It may be a mere fluke that her maiden powers have been able to contain it thus far.
You know, I've noticed since we've met that you like figuring out riddles.
Can you blame me?
He's the thinker.
When one realizes that the world they once thought to be true is but a mere facade, they can't help but seek the truth.
Makes sense.
Especially when that deception has led to others getting hurt.
Dohalim?
I imagine the remaining pieces of the puzzle that we seek rest somewhere within Lenegis. As for what the final picture will look like, who can say? I think it's best we not dwell on it too much for the time being.
Right.
I wonder what awaits us on the other side once all the pieces have been assembled. You and me both, though, Helene. You and me both.
How you holding up?
Who, me?
Yes, you. You took a hit from those thorns again, didn't you?
Oh, that? That was nothing.
Compared to what Shion's going through, you mean? Still, even if you yourself might be willing to endure that kind of pain, that doesn't mean Shion wants to have to see you get hurt by her thorns, you know?
Yeah, I know. I'll be careful.
Shion doesn't know how lucky she is to have you around, you know? Dashing in to save her at the last minute.
Yeah, very funny.
I'm being serious. You went up and held her close like you still had that mask on, and you didn't even bat an eye. She really needed that. That's what I mean when I said you saved her. Just like you did with the rest of us.
I just want for Shion what we all have. The ability to touch someone without the fear of killing them. Those thorns have robbed her of the kind of everyday things we all take for granted. And it's not right.
You can say that again. It may be normal for us, but that doesn't make it any less special or important for her. I hope she gets what she wants. I have my own dreams, but a world without her, where she dies so we can all survive, isn't a world I want to live in.
Agreed. It's like more and more keeps getting taken from her, and I'm done with it.
Let's take back what's been stolen from us. Yes, let's.
Can't sleep?
After everything we just heard, how could I?
Fair enough.
Shion's had to deal with so much on her own. Even when we were all laughing and celebrating, she just kept quiet and didn't say anything. I thought she was keeping her distance because of her thorns. That it was because she didn't want to hurt anybody by getting too close. I just figured that that was the type of person she was, you know? But it turned out to be none of that. All this time, she felt like she had to die and sacrifice herself for the greater good. But even then, she didn't think she could say anything to us about it.
I know.
She was so alone this entire time. How could I call her a friend and yet be so completely blind to everything she was going through?
I'm sure it made her happy, knowing you were there for her.
You really think so?
Yeah, I do. If she didn't think of us as friends, I don't think she could have ever opened up to us like that. You were a good friend to her before, and you'll be an even better one now.
Yeah, I really hope so. I want to be the best I can for her. When you think about it, we were all alone in our own way. But over time, we've all found ways to let each other into our lives. I hope Shion's able to do that one day too. No, I mean, I hope she's able to do that more. Lots and lots more. I think it'd be really nice if we could all just be there to support each other when it really counts. And forget about our grudges and pain.
Rinwell.
If you guys if everyone came together to support each other, sure would, Rinwell. It sure fucking would, wouldn't it?
Did you know?
You mean about Shion?
No idea.
Yeah, I didn't have the slightest idea. I mean, every once in a while I thought something seemed a little off, but I never could have imagined. It's like a completely different world was spinning around me and I couldn't even see it.
You and me both. I mean, I knew something was bothering her, but I could never quite figure out what it was.
You? But you're the one always looking out for her, aren't you?
That's what I thought. But in reality, I didn't understand it all. What I thought was helping and being there for her was actually just driving her into a corner.
At least you figured it out in time, though, right?
I don't think we're out of the woods yet. But yeah, you're right. We brought her back from the edge, and we're going to stop those thorns from taking her, no matter what.
Yeah, with all of us together, there's nothing we can't handle. Shion, the world, we can save everyone. And I mean it when I say we, Alphen.
I know. No lone wolfing it.
Hey, you're the expert on what my dad would say. Do you think he'd pat me on the back or tell me off?
Zephyr, I don't think that he'd have that much to say, to be honest. You're your own man now, Law. And you've already made up your own mind about what you want.
I guess he couldn't say anything even if he wanted to.
Law.
Sorry. I guess those of us amongst the living have enough problems to deal with, don't we? We'll need all our strength to save Shion. I'll probably end up worrying again at some point, but I guess I'll think it over more then. That okay?
Yeah, I think it is.
Stay focused, Alphen. We've got stuff to do. It's not gonna do anyone good if we let ourselves get overwhelmed by what's going on. Yeah, you're right. Let's go check on the animals. Zugos attacked my rapids? Yo, they killed so many of my rapids. Fuck them Zugos, man. Dogs ain't do shit.
Hey, you doing all right?
I seem to cause nothing but worry. As much as I try to look like I have things under control, everyone still worries about me.
You're not the only one.
Hey, do you remember the first time you said I was your friend?
I
No.
don't remember. I don't
When
remember
was
either.
that? Sorry, I can't remember.
That's okay. It came so naturally to you, I'm not surprised you forgot. I was different back then. The Danans were not even people to me, and I knew I would always be alone. But in that room with Deadheim, when you called me your friend, it just shattered the wall that I'd built up around me. Because until that moment, I'd only seen you as a means to an end. I thought of you as a way to use the blazing sword, and to obtain the Renis Alma.
Damn, that was
But
when
after
you
that
fucking...
day, one time became two. And before I knew it, you'd made a habit of calling me and Dohalim your friends. It didn't matter that we were Renans.
That
You
was
cared
like
about
at
us as
least
you
3
would
words
any
in,
other people.
Shion. That was when you started
Then
like warming up to me?
Everyone else started to call me their friend too. To think of me as their friend. Before then, I never even dreamed I could have that. I didn't want to die and lose you all. But I also didn't want to live if it meant you would all die in my place.
Shion.
But then I realized I'd only really been thinking of myself that entire time. After saying how I felt, and hearing what you all had to say, I finally understood that. Don't worry, it's okay. I'm not planning on dying anymore. I've met too many people along the way who I truly care about to give in now. So I'll fight. For Dana and for myself. I'll fight against my fate to preserve our future. And I'll win, come hell or high water. I don't know how we're going to do it, but I won't let the world end because of me.
It's going to be a long, hard road ahead, Shion. Our fight won't be over until everyone, both Danans and Renans, can finally live in peace. But I swear I'll be there with you, until the very end.
Thank you.
Remember what we learned back in Calaglia? There's no wall so high that we can't break it down.
Yeah, I think you may be right about that.
Party's back together.
Everyone well rested? Then let's go. We depart for Lenegis.
Yep. Let's do this. Let's go. Off to Lenegis.
Well, it's the moment of truth.
This lady better hold together once we're up in the air.
Law, don't say that. You're going to jinx us.
Speaking of which, Alphen, this bucket of bolts got a name?
Oh, what are we gonna name it?
A name? You know, I'm not sure she ever had one. I never really thought about it.
Well, after all the trouble we went through to find her, we should give her one, right? I was thinking something like...
Fall Knights.
Huh?
It means owl in the ancient tongue. Literally, the one drawn to the skies.
Of course she names the ship Owl.
I like it. Sounds perfect for our little escapade.
Not sure I'm completely
It's not bad, though.
convinced, but, well, it's as good a name as any. From now on, she'll be known as the Fall Knights.
Okay, people. We have two goals. First, we need to get to Lenegis and make the Renans finally leave Dana alone. And then, we need to figure out the truth behind Shion's thorns and find a way to save her. Sound good? All right. Then let's go.
What friend what Lenegis is gonna be like. I have theories.
You know, I can still hardly believe it.
Believe what?
I mean, just look at it. The whole of existence, crammed inside a tiny frame.
Now that you mention
That
it,
you know of.
I guess you're right. It does look more like a painting than a living, breathing world.
From up here, all the struggles we've been through feel so insignificant.
Nothing like realizing how small you are to put everything into perspective. Kinda makes the differences between the Renans and the Danans feel pretty small too, huh?
How much longer until we reach Lenegis?
There are better ways to use your time than napping. We should take a moment to familiarize ourselves with the facilities on board before arrival.
Good idea. The starship may end up serving as our base of operations once we're down there. Think you'll be all right with the controls?
You mean the one set to automatic pilot? I dare say I'll manage. I'm basically just here to supervise.
In that case, she's all yours.
Don't he, fucking Alpha's like, you sure you can manage controlling the ship? And Oblique's like, you mean the ship set to autopilot? Yeah, I think I'll manage controlling a ship set to autopilot, Alpha.
Everything okay, Shion? You seem a little different.
Different? Like in a bad way different?
No, not at all. You seem more driven lately, like you found a zest for life. It suits you.
Is
How's those
something wrong?
autopilot controls going?
No. I was merely thinking how it had been 7 years, that's all.
You mean since you became a lord and left Lenegis? I guess even someone like you can get homesick, huh?
I am as prone to sentimentality as any other. Tell me though, you too have a history with Lenegis. A traumatic one, no less. This trip will probably mean facing up to some difficult emotions. Doesn't that frighten you?
Well, it is a place where I took the lives of countless people. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about it. But I can't keep running forever. The past is what it is. There's no changing that. But the future's what we make it.
I see.
Dohalim?
Forgive me. I was wrong to pry. We have more pressing matters to address. Come back and speak to me when you finish looking around the ship.
Because as you say, the past is what it is, and there's no changing it. That goes for me just as much as it does for you.
We'll be going to Lenegis soon.
Sure will.
This must feel like a homecoming of sorts to you, huh? What was life on Lenegis like back then? You know, before you came to Dana.
Let's just say, I don't have many happy memories. I've had thorns my whole life, for as long as I can remember. They called it treatment, but in truth, they were just using me as a guinea pig for their research.
You mean, they experimented on you?
That's right. All I was to them was a riddle to solve. They poked and prodded me, trying to figure out what triggered my thorns or changed the form they took. Day in and day out, every single day, one test after another. I'm still surprised they didn't try to dissect me. The look they gave me whenever one of them touched my skin. How could I forget it? Reeling from the pain, like I was a monster or something.
It's fucked up.
Some existence, huh? A blight on any I touched. Helplessly complicit in their pain. I thought things couldn't get any worse. But then they did. I started to have nightmares, visions of the coming apocalypse. Is it any wonder I lacked a cheery disposition? Unable to so much as touch another soul. Loneliness was my best friend. Sure, I survived, but with the knowledge that one day I'd be swallowed up by oblivion. And that's when it hit me. If I was going to die, then it should mean something. If I have to sacrifice myself to save the world, so be it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you relive that.
No, it's fine. I'm in a much better place now.
You say it's your destiny to die so that others can live. But why not the other way around? Why shouldn't we be the ones dying to save you?
Are you crazy? Why would you sacrifice your life for...
That's exactly my point. Why should you have to give up your life just because you drew the short straw in the destiny stakes? How is that even right? It's that logic that's used to justify slavery, as if some of us were just meant to be sacrificed. This struggle was never about saving only ourselves. But that doesn't mean we have to give up our own lives to save everyone else's either. If we're doing this to protect people, if we're doing this to save the world from destruction, then that has to include saving each other as well.
A world free of sacrifice. That's what you've been fighting for all along, isn't it?
Not just me. We're in this together, remember? This fight is yours too, Shion. If we're going to win, everyone has to win. There can be no room for losers in this fight. Now I see it. The true nature of our struggle.
A victory without losers. But that means that a Danon victory over Rena can't be the end. Do you think we can pull it off?
You bet we can pull it off. We have to. It's the only hope we have of things ever changing.
That sounds like some
Yeah,
idealistic bullshit.
You're right. No one's ever changed the future without aiming for the stars. We can do this. Together.
We'll seize our future by our own hands. Yeah. We're in Law and Order. Hanging out with her. You kids having fun.
Hey, Alvin, listen to this! So Law and I were just talking and...
Hey, shut up!
What's got Law all flustered?
Only that he's afraid of flying, the big baby. And after all that fuss he made about naming the ship, too.
Hey, I never said I was scared. I just think it's, you know, a little unsettling how we're going to be cruising through space in a glorified tin can. That's all.
It's a starship, dummy. That's what it's supposed to do. I don't think there's anything strange about it.
Well, maybe you're the one with the problem then.
Guys. I'm no expert, but I think we can trust Renan technology. It got me to Dana in one piece, remember?
Yeah, but the ship is also
that's
over
a good
300 years
point.
old.
If you think so, Alphen, it must be okay. Don't you agree, Law?
Hard to argue with that, seeing how you hitched a ride in one of these things before, Alphen. It's just wrong, okay?
Humans aren't meant to fly. I don't mind flying. Although I'd be lying if I say I don't get a little bit nervous about flying nowadays still. What's the point of this? Alright. Kisara?
You okay? Feeling airsick?
Actually, now that you mention it, not at all. These starships are a remarkably smooth ride, all things considered. Nothing like being at sea, thank
No
goodness.
motion sickness
Glad
for
to hear it.
Kisara.
That device there caught your eye, huh?
I was just wondering what it is. It looks big enough to fit a person inside of it.
Is that
It's
the
a healing
cryopod?
pod.
Oh, it's a
It
healing
fixes
pod.
injuries and illnesses.
Oh, you don't say. Well, that should definitely come in handy if any of us get injured while we're down there. Alphen? Was it something I said?
No, I was just thinking back to when I escaped Lenegis, that's all. What with the ceremony and losing control, I was a total mess. Naori laid me inside here.
So, you're saying you got in this thing straight after escaping? But that'd mean you were inside for
I thought
300
he was in
years?
like a cryopod for 300
Yes,
years.
it sounds crazy, I know. But don't even ask me why I stayed asleep all that time.
That's definitely
I
quite
guess he
some
was in that,
lie-in,
like, a
alright.
healing pod?
But still,
Damn,
whether you
that's
meant to or
honestly
not,
fucking
I sure am
remarkable,
glad
actually.
that it's this century that you finally woke up in.
What do you mean?
With the amount of fighting we've done, we would have never made it this far without you. And not only that, but... Alphen, can you recall back to what it is that I said to you? Back when we left Menancia? About the dream of coexistence and needing to learn what it entailed?
Of course. That's why you came with us, right? To learn what you couldn't at home.
Even in that time, I was well aware that what I was living was a lie. But at the same time, I also felt really compelled to fulfill my brother's wishes. I'll always remember him fondly. But the coexistence we're fighting for isn't for him. It's for people now, and those still to come. The world's bigger than just Menancia. My dream is for all Danans, wherever they might be, to be free. If I've learned anything on this journey, it's that. And the one who brought me along was you, Alphen. I'll forever be grateful to you.
Well, we're not out of this forest just yet. You should probably save your thanks. At least, until we've dealt with the Red Woman.
I know. But whatever we find when we get down there, I'm through looking the other way.
Kisara.
Probably getting a little ahead of myself, huh? Let's take things one step at a time.
It's been a long and winding road getting here, but in the end, I'm glad we all met. Alright, back to Dolly.
Is everyone about ready? We'll soon be making preparations to land.
Before we do that, just what exactly should we expect when we get down there?
Kisara has a point. Now that I think of it, I don't know the first thing about Lenegis.
I'd like to hear more too. It's been centuries since I was last there, and they didn't exactly give me the grand tour.
Very well. First and foremost, Lenegis was the base of operations in charge of the crown contest on Dana. Of course, it also happens to be a city in its own right, complete with its own independent society. Its social structure is based on a strict hierarchy. Put simply, the strength of an individual's astral arts carries great weight.
Enough to determine someone's social rank, you mean? But astral arts are innate, right? So people's positions are fixed at birth.
They can be honed with the right training, and there are admittedly other factors at play. But yes, that's basically the gist. As a result, family lines that churn out lords and their contenders wield disproportionate influence, and those lineages are treated as nobility.
Those capable of only weak astral arts are effectively an underclass, denied the right to descend to Dana even if they wanted to. Still, even the lowest rung on the Renan ladder is considered superior to being a Danan. Keep that in mind down there.
Thanks for the warning. As a lord, Dohalim must have been pretty high up in the pecking order, right? What about you, Shion?
Come on, you've seen her skill with astral arts. You really need to ask?
She was a guinea
Fair
pig.
point.
On arts alone, you're right. I'd have been sitting pretty. But you're forgetting my thorns. They weren't exactly an invitation to high society.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's refreshing to be around someone who says what they're thinking. Life's less complicated that way.
Jeez, give backhanded compliments much?
Wait a second. Are you? He is! Law's blushing!
I am not!
Of course, separating people into castes based on something arbitrary like arts is
Red Will
discrimination
will
at
never
its
let an
worst.
opportunity pass to
As if such
pick on
simplistic
Law.
criteria could ever be a measure of someone's worth.
So this Red Woman, are we expecting to find her on Lenegis?
I would wager so. Lenegis is too deeply involved in all this to discard the possibility. Chances are she's also connected to the Renis Alma being stolen from us in Pelegion.
If the Renis Alma is being used to exploit Dana, we need to take it back at all costs.
That Red Woman's got a lot to answer for. Just as well I've got a ton of questions.
We're about to land. The descent could be a little bumpy, so brace yourselves.
If there are clues about your thorns out there, Shion, we'll find them.
okay.
There's no one here. I wasn't expecting a welcome mat, but still.
Lenegis's infrastructure is largely automated. Besides, people won't be expecting incoming traffic while the crown contest is still underway.
Do you think anyone realizes that we're here?
We may not have received a royal welcome, but I doubt our entrance went unnoticed. Don't let your guard down.
I really hope we don't have to fight anybody while we're here.
Oh, we are absolutely gonna have to fight people while we're here.
So now what? We've come all this way on a hunch that this Red Woman is here, right? And if we're lucky, the Renis Alma too. Any idea where we should start looking?
There is an area of the city that is accessible only to the Sovereigns, known as the Forbidden Zone. That seems as good a place as any for us to start.
Forbidden? What are they hiding?
I don't know, hence my desire to find out. Fortunately, we just so happen to have a Sovereign in our midst. In any case, changing the shape of a huge structure such as Lenegis would have required an immense source of power.
Then you think that source might have been the Renis Alma?
Precisely. Alphen said that he remembered the Renis Alma being used in the spirit channeling ceremony 3 centuries ago. Whatever the ceremony's purpose, if preparations are underway for it to be held once more, then the Renis Alma might be in the same place as last time, possibly together with the Red Woman. Hiding something of that worth in the residential quarters would only court trouble. In which case...
It stands to reason we should be looking somewhere normally out of bounds. Is that it?
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a sovereign. You can't seriously think I'll be able to waltz right into the place after all this time.
There's only one way to find out. If there's even a chance you can get us in, I say we give it a shot.
Yeah, let's go. Knock the fucking door down.
Shion's right. Who knows? We might even find a clue to her thorns while we're at it.
All right. It's not like we're swimming in leads, so let's try to track down the Forbidden Zone. Beyond that wall lies a city full of Renans. The capital city where Shion and Dohalim used to live, no less. Who knows what we'll find on the other side?
Thinking about what could be lurking out here is giving me the heebie-jeebies.
For such a loudmouth, you sure can be a worrywart at times.
Oh, I'm sorry. How stupid of me for wanting us to stay safe.
Would you two children stop squabbling? Or do you want everyone to know we're here?
So how many Renans actually live in this place?
I couldn't tell you exactly, though not as many as you might expect. Machines and Zeugles take care of most of the city's basic functions.
There's Zeugles out here too, huh? Sounds like we can't afford to let our guard down after all.
And this is, I can use this to go back. Interesting. Okay. No, not that one. Alright. See what's behind this door. Why does it look kinda fucked up? This. Did Lenegis opening up cause it to like get fucked up? Or is it still like remaining
What in the
damage
world?
from
This being Renan territory, I was prepared for a lot of things to look different. But this is a bit more than I anticipated.
The very foundations of the city have shifted. What could have caused this?
probably the fucking
When Lenegis changed shape, it must have had an effect on the interior too.
Maybe when they sent the wedge down to Dana?
But they wouldn't move around the places where people live. These are their homes, right?
I would think the citizens themselves didn't have much say in the matter. Either way, locating the Forbidden Zone just became that much trickier.
Dohalim? Is that you?
Avakir, I'm glad to see you're well.
So it is you! But why are you here? Shouldn't you be down on Dana participating in the crown contest?
And these people.
So you haven't heard what happened on Dana, then?
Heard what?
Someone you know?
An old friend.
Hey, Dohalim, don't tell me you've started keeping company with...
They're with me. More importantly, what's happened here?
I'm really not sure. The city's foundations began to shift without warning, and now everything looks like this. We're all waiting for the Sovereign to tell us what's happening, but so far...
Avakir, listen to me. We're looking for the Forbidden Zone. Do you have any idea where we might find it?
The Forbidden Zone? What business could you possibly have there?
Trust me. The less you know, the better.
You're just the same as ever. I wish I could help, but what with the changed topography, I can barely locate my own home. Let alone the Forbidden Zone.
Very well. It looks like we'll have to find the way there ourselves.
Have you seen Faria yet?
No.
I see. Well, nothing much has changed with her. If anything, she's probably even more...
I can well imagine.
Why did you come back? You know it can only result in pain for you both.
I've no doubt of that.
You really are the same as ever. Fine, I understand. Just don't say I didn't warn you. And take care of yourself. Okay, Doe?
His nickname is Doe.
So who's Faria?
Law?
If what
Practically
Avakir said is
not.
true, it would seem the people of Lenegis are being kept in the dark about what's happening down on Dana.
They seem to be just as clueless about what's going on up here in their own world. Despite the fact that it's actually here that the wedge originally came from.
We need more information. Let's talk to the citizens, see what we can find out.
While we're at it, we can ask them about the Red Woman, too.
And don't forget about finding the way to the Forbidden Zone either.
Let's leave the talking to Shion. We can't have a bunch of Danins poking their noses around.
Good idea. I think that's for the best.
I shall assist.
You sure?
Being a lord on Lenegis has its advantages.
Right. Then we'll leave it to you two. The Danins among us should probably keep our heads down.
What if people freak out?
I shall explain it away by saying I'm leading you.
What are we, dogs?
What could be so important? It's worth destroying people's livelihoods and homes in the process. It's just... unbelievable. Uprooting
pretty
an
fucked
entire
up.
city as if it were mere building blocks. Someone's got an awful lot of questions to
Especially
answer.
without like any
From how it
warning or
looks.
anything.
They must be siphoning off astral energy from Dana, and then sending it to Rena.
But why do all this? What for? Surely they can't be using all that energy for the crown contest.
Whatever their purpose, disrupting their siphoning process alone won't be sufficient. Not while we still don't know what their endgame is.
He's right. We need to stop this from happening ever again.
This
Blow it up.
Forbidden Zone might be
And
where
blow
we
it up
find
like the
some
fucking
answers,
Death Star.
right? So what are we waiting for? Let's get moving!
You heard him. We don't have time to stop and chat. Let's move.
So, I've been wondering, do you think when Lenegis was built, it was even made with people living here in mind?
What do you mean?
Well, none of this happened by coincidence, right? They must have designed it to transform like this. But then, if they knew people were going to live here, you'd think they would have taken that into consideration to avoid all this chaos.
Maybe they just didn't care.
Ordinarily, yes. You'd think so. Trust me, as far as we were concerned, Lenegis was our home, nothing more. No one knew about all this. It makes you wonder whether the city was just built on as an afterthought. But if so, to what exactly?
Sorry, that probably sounded weird, huh?
Not at all. Sometimes it takes an outsider's eye to help you notice what you've been missing all along. This place is a mystery, that's for sure. Something tells me we'll find answers where we're going, though.
Yeah, you're right, Shion. I'm sure we will.
What's Lenegus done for? The residential quarter is falling apart. Yeah, it sure is. She's casting healing arts on the children. With everything all topsy-turvy in the residential quarter, there are lots of injuries. Stuff keeps dropping on people and they're also falling down. Damn. Sucks for them kids.
Oh, dear me. What an unspeakable mess this has all become. Just look at the state of our city. Even the Zeugles have stopped heeding our commands. Whatever did we do to deserve this?
Gee, I
You
wonder.
really have no clue what might have caused this?
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, no prior decree. His Highness must have deemed it unnecessary for us to know. We have no choice but to grin and bear it. But do my eyes deceive me? Could I really be standing in the presence of his lordship, Dohalim of the House Ilkaris? I believed he was on Dana.
Your eyes do not deceive you. It is I, one and the same. I have returned to fulfill a special duty, the details of which I cannot divulge.
As your lordship wishes. First Lenegus mutates beyond recognition, now this unexpected visit. The Sovereign's plans are inscrutable indeed. The Ilkaris house has produced a great many lords over the centuries. I shall be praying for your victory in the latest crown contest.
Your good wishes do me an honor.
The Sovereign knows best. His will works in mysterious ways. Motherfuckers like, yeah, we're super racist and kept slaves and shit, but what could we have ever done to deserve this? Bitch. Motherfucker has no self-awareness. Can anyone hear me? Please, someone answer me. What's going on? Why can't I reach anyone? I imagine it has to do with, you know, all of everything that's happening. You know, shit's kind of a mess at the moment. Where am I? I just went out for a walk, but now I don't know where I am. I don't know, everything's falling apart. It looks completely different. I can't get a hold of mother and father either. You have nothing to fear, kids. I'm sure there's a reason for everything that's going on. But even the Zeugles are out running loose. That seems dangerous. Zeugles are nothing more than our servants. They may have gotten out, but I assure you, I'll have them back under control before long. If you kids consider yourselves to be proud Renans, then be brave. We'll have the situation fixed before you know it. Where's the tank Sovereign when we need him? Can't he see the city's in trouble? Let's not jump to conclusions now. I'm sure there's a reason he hasn't appeared yet. Let's simply give it time. I wonder if by Sovereign they mean Voron. Although if they're waiting on Voron, there's a reason why he hasn't shown up. In all my years never have I seen such potent healing arts. Thank you so much for taking time to help an old woman like me. Fancy parfait recipe. Lavish parfait fills to the brim with fruit and cream, though extremely satisfying to eat. Eating one risks developing more than a few cavities.
Everything will be okay now.
I know the basics of healing arts, but my skills pale in comparison.
Your lordship! Oh, what a great honor it is to finally meet you. I descended to Dana during the last crown contest also. Alas, when the contender I was backing failed to clinch the title, I returned. I witnessed the deaths of so many slaves.
Indeed.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're looking for a woman dressed all in red. Have you seen anyone of that description?
All red, eh? No, I can't say I remember anyone like that. I imagine she'd stand out somewhat, too.
Yeah. What about down on Dana during the crown contest? You didn't see anyone like that hanging around the Lord you were serving?
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or otherwise. Why do you want to find her anyway?
Never mind. Forget I asked. Sorry to take up your time.
I hope they'll put the current crown contest on hold. The Zoogle suddenly stopped listening to our commands as soon as we turned our backs. They bolted for the horizon. Nothing like this has ever happened before. We have to put the crown contest on hold. Can't carry it on while things are like this.
Is everything okay? You look a little lost.
Oh, yes. I can't seem to find my way home, is all. I was just about to make my umpteenth attempt at a new route.
I was hoping to head this way myself. The situation is a real pain, huh?
I suppose the Sovereign knows best. I daren't stay here too long, though. A lower caste can only linger around these parts for so long before I outstay my welcome. I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe I'll have to go that way after all.
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris! But how? Last I heard, you were in Dana competing in the crown contest.
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know another route, we'd be grateful if you could tell us.
But of course. Please forgive me. There's a wall that sprung up ahead of here, with what looks to be an entrance in it. I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way of knowing for sure.
It's worth investigating, at least. I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime, wait for me here. If it looks safe, I'll come and let you know.
You'd really do that for me? A lord troubling himself for someone of my lowly status?
Our lot in life is of little consequence. We are both Renan, first and foremost.
Oh, why yes, my lord. Thank you.
Well, we've canvassed the city for information. What do you think?
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to the city after all. They haven't heard the news about the crown contest either.
You'd think that info would easily find its way up here. Has it always been like that?
Not to this extent, which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth, that Lenegis is under some kind of control.
Given everything that's happened to their city, the people here seem weirdly okay with it all.
Yeah, that one guy even said his Zoogle had stopped listening to him. If that's true, these people are in big trouble.
Everything that happens here is attributed to the Sovereign's will. It's the way people have been conditioned. Their belief runs deep. Nothing happens devoid of a reason. To them, it's all part of the Sovereign's grand plan.
The Sovereign's plan. There is one thing I'm still not sure about. Just who is this person ruling over Lenegis?
The Sovereign, of course. He rules from Rena while presiding over both Rena and Lenegis.
Without the lords or anyone in the middle doing his dirty work? Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dana? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling Lenegis alone would be difficult enough.
The points you make are valid, though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, the Sovereign's total authority is as natural as night turning to day. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how Rena itself is. Shion, have you ever been... No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with or even heard of someone who's actually made a visit to the homeland?
No, I haven't.
Neither have I. In which case, I would imagine that... But no, surely not. Can it really be that no citizen of Lenegis has ever been there?
Hold up, what are you getting at, Dohalim?
Assuming what I believe to be correct, it's possible that no one on Lenegis has ever laid eyes on the actual Renan homeworld itself. No one but the Sovereign, that is.
But what about trade and communication? There's got to be a flow back and forth, surely.
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Lenegis single-handedly. It could be a one-way street.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over Lenegis from so far away? What if something were to happen to the city, like now?
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this Sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into the role, right? Just before the ceremony. But Sovereign is also the title given to the almighty Renan ruler. So which one is it?
Whoever wins the crown contest inherits the throne from his or her predecessor.
Many questions.
Before becoming ruler over all of Rena and Lenegis. Thereafter, that individual is known as the Sovereign. Though, it would appear that the current ruler has gone silent. As for how Volron factors into all this, at this point, I no longer know what to believe.
3 centuries ago, I became the Sovereign here on Lenegis. No, not just became, I was forced to. Me, a Dahnan. 300 years later, we cross paths with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign's crest. That's not the only thing we have in common. We both became Sovereign without winning the crown contest.
Do you think Volron was made Sovereign for the same reason? Because of that ceremony?
I can't say for sure, but it certainly sounds like it.
But that would mean that 2 Sovereigns would need to exist at any one time. One whose job it is to rule, and the other for ceremonial purposes. We never did see Volron's body back in Ganath Haros.
No, we never did.
Is a new ceremony underway with Volron at its center this time? Could that be what's causing all this strange activity here?
Wait a second. You don't think Volron and the Red Woman are working together, do you? The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma. The same one that the Red Woman stole.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one out there aside from me...
Questions, questions, and yet more questions. Ones that it seems will remain unanswered, until we can establish the Sovereign's identity.
If the Forbidden Zone really is off-limits to everyone but the Sovereign, that seems as good a place as any to start. For the sake of liberating Dana, too.
Then it's decided. That's where we need to go.
One of the citizens mentioned a passage that she thought might lead to another section of the city. It could point us in the right direction. Let's go find it! I didn't realize Renans oppressed their own kind, too.
And yet, weirdly, none of them seem to mind. Am I the only one who finds that strange?
It is the way things have always been, so no one thinks to question it. You have experience in that regard yourself, do you not?
Unquestioning acceptance of your own servitude. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Even so, the quality of life here seems much higher than any Dahnan city we visited. I used to think it was impossible to build an ideal society without wealth. But I suppose having it doesn't always mean people are treated fairly either.
More to the point, not a single citizen seems to have even heard of the Red Woman.
What if she's not here? What if it turns out we're looking in the wrong place entirely?
It's still too early to say anything for sure.
For all we know, she might be able to blend in, move around unnoticed. I say we hold off judgment until we've exhausted every avenue.
You're truly blessed to have a lord who shows such care and concern for his people. Oh, another skill?
Tell me, Dohalim, has that skill of yours got a name?
And what skill would this be, pray tell?
You know, when you're talking to people around town. The way they suddenly become putty in your hands.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow.
I do. It's called friendly intimidation. Look imposing and speak in a deep, booming
Friendly
voice, and presto,
intimidation.
you'll have people wrapped around your finger in no time.
I would never stoop to such scandalous tricks. Any feelings of intimidation are solely in the eye of the beholder.
So there is a knack to it. How do you learn it? Can anyone do it?
Now you've got me curious. Is there special training to master?
Let's see. An obsession with being elegant is a must. Oh, and it helps to be old-fashioned, too. Bonus points if you speak in a way no one can understand.
If you've a bone to pick with me, it'd be quicker to just come out and
Just
say
make
it.
fun of him.
What? They look up to you, that's all. I'm just helping them along.
Hey! What's got into Alvin and Law all of a sudden?
I can barely understand a word they're saying. And what's with the weird poses? Was it something they ate?
Please show the poses.
I hope you're willing to take the
Please
blame
show
for
the
this one.
poses.
I wasn't expecting them to take me so seriously. I'll go and have a word with them.
Oh, come on. They're gonna show their weird ass poses.
With nobody left to run the show, I wonder what the people here are supposed to do. I mean, they're sovereigns up on the Renan homeworld, and all their lords were sent to Dana.
But Dohalim was a lord, right?
Only current acting lords have power. Renan society is quite strict about such matters.
Even if the other lords were still around, I doubt they'd be able to do much about the situation.
I wonder what they'd think if they were here to see Lenegus now. Balsif, Cannabelt, Almadria, and Volron. Now that I think of it, aside from Dohalim, we know next to nothing about the other lords.
Well, yeah, why would we? To us Danans, they were just enemies we needed to overthrow. Nothing more.
I know. But seeing Renans in their own city, going about their day-to-day lives, it gets you thinking.
It feels strange to imagine the lords living here too, you mean?
Yeah, a little.
If you're that curious about them, why not
Does
try
feel kinda
inquiring with some
weird.
of the locals?
Especially with how cruel most of them were.
Every lord in their household has their share of supporters here on Lenegus. And luckily for us, the people here are unaware of the events on Dana, which means they should be more inclined to talk to us.
Oh, we got new sub quests just like that, I guess. Friends and their lords. Alright. So, I'm gonna take a short break. And then, when I come back, I guess we'll talk to people and see and get their opinions on the running boards. So, yeah, be right back. Almost forgot to unmute myself. But let's speak to these Renans. See what they think about the lords. You want to know which lord I support? Why are you out canvassing for someone? I'm with His Excellency Erwolsi Teldilis. You probably know him better as Lord Balsif. Are you telling me Balsif wasn't Balsif's real name? His real name is Erwolsi Teldilis? That's stupid. I know a lot of people consider him to be a giant brute. Believe me, I realize he can be an aggressive man. What those people don't realize is how much he looks after the members of his house. It's fair to say that House Teldilis doesn't enjoy much esteem. Those of us who serve it will be the first to admit that. But His Excellency always stands up against any who would mean harm to us, who would mean harm us. Of that we can be sure. His efforts in the crown contest aren't only for his family, but to improve the standing of each and every member of his house.
Yes!
I owe so much to His Excellency, I could never dream of serving any other lord.
Balsef had it in him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter one's perspective.
So even he might have had something he wanted to protect.
Damn, he's real adamant about serving Balsam. And you, which lord do you serve? Ogdolim, you have returned. Ah, and I see you brought A's with you. Do you remember who I am, my lord? Surely you must, yes? Not only do I support House of Karis, but more specifically his lordship personally. So much so, I've been trying to share my appreciation of his lordship to any who will listen. In fact, I was planning to publish my extensive writings on the subject through this very terminal for all to read and enjoy. But since the lines appear to be cut due to the recent tumult, I've been unable to upload them. I know, since you're all here, I'll just read them aloud. Ahem. There exists a most handsome man, a man who radiates beauty, whose very word, every syllable is divine poetry. He hails from the famed House Okaris, and his name, Lord Dohuli. Music is his passion, the arts his great love. The scores of boorish, uncouth men of this land cannot begin to compare to his magnificence. So refined and majestic is his posture, why the mere thought of it brings me to ecstasy. Calm down. Once he becomes our sovereign, Rena shall bloom anew, ushering in an era of prosperity for a grand civilization. Until that glorious day comes, I shall forever be praying for his victory, morning, noon, and night. Well, what did you think, my lord? I poured my whole heart into it, hoping to capture your essence. Wait, I forgot to mention anything about his lordship's love for collecting things. I must take this time while the lines are down to append it. Only then will my masterpiece be complete. Well, does she definitely?
I guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegis then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded like she was praising them too.
Maybe there was more to the guy than at first glance.
I shall refrain from commenting.
My lord, how can you be so aloof? And yet, there must be something. There's something wonderful about that too. Oh, Lord Dohuli, how could you be so aloof and flippant, and yet so attractive? Or whatever. What's the fucking Matt said about Katana Ramasama? The fucking best friend's fucking was it P4? It was P4. video. Well, I never to think anyone would try to tear me away from House Valkyris.
What?
What do you want? Don't tell me you work for Lodoli or that dreadful Lord Almatria, do you? Don't? Well, don't scare me like that. To answer your question, I come from a family that has served House Valkyris for generations. Indeed, I'm doing all I can to support Lord Ganabel behind the scenes so that he might emerge victorious. Many think him to be a cruel man, but I insist they're utterly mistaken. If I want to know he can be straight, he puts Rena's interests front and center like no one else. Why he advocates that rather than stay confined to Lenegis, we should get on with colonizing Dana and expand our horizons. That way, we will become masters of both worlds and overturn our current minority status on Dana's surface. That is why he seeks to become our next sovereign. Tell me, is there a greater, more noble ambition than that? I think not. It is a pursuit of power for the advancement of all our kind. It is what makes him an exemplary lord, a model above all others. Though I was unable to accompany him myself, my two sons have been blessed with the honor of joining him on the surface. As their father, it fills me with endless pride. Well,
Ganabelt was so horrible to people.
I hate to tell you this, but I
Yet
may
he
have
was
killed your
invested in
babies.
helping Rena succeed.
I may have killed your
Doesn't
baby
that seem
boys.
just a little inconsistent?
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, they're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Ganabelt also had people he cared about until the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us Danans?
There's gonna be people in the next area to talk to. Let's see. Anything over here? More people to talk to about who they serve.
This area doesn't look as badly damaged as that other district we went through.
No,
Indeed,
it doesn't actually.
the effects of Lenegis's transformation appear to be less pronounced here. Or, viewed another way, this area was simply luckier.
Trying to protect themselves from the Zools.
Pardon me.
This area falls under the sole jurisdiction of House Aenerys. I must ask you to depart at once. Surely you don't claim to be ignorant of our famed house ruled over by the esteemed Lord Almatria. If so, I urge you to listen well. In fact, I bid you listen carefully regardless. Have you ever noticed how in the history of Lenegis only a few women lords have emerged to compete in the crown contest? Many have theories as to why this might be, but Lord Almatria quashed the doubts of any naysayers through sheer might. In fact, not only did she usurp her father, the previous family master, she also removed her older brother to claim the seat for herself. She's a woman who stops at nothing to get what she wants, who gives her enemies nary the slightest opening to strike. Truly, Lord Almatria is a woman of talent. No one in all of Rena beckons or applies the virtues of our nation's meritocracy. Soon the age of a glorious woman sovereign reigning over Lenegis shall be upon us at last.
I guess her willingness to stoop to any low came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally
kinda
right
fucked
too.
That doesn't make it true. Too bad they couldn't see through her.
Yeah.
I have bad news about Lord Almadria. If you're gonna be guarding this place until she returns, be prepared to be here for quite some time. She's healing up. How sweet. What's happening? I'm thinking there wasn't a decree or anything to announce this like there always is. You're right, even if this was an accident, it's strange that we still haven't heard anything from the Sovereign yet. Do my ears deceive me, or are you saying that you don't trust what the Sovereign is doing? I'll have you know that I was a part of the delegation that came down with him to Dana during the previous crown contest. He was a brilliant man and just as good with Astral Arts as well. I'm sure he's well aware of the situation and thus has a plan to resolve it. Until then, we must simply wait and trust in his judgment. Sheet me. Talking about taking down Zugals, I guess. You saved my life. I would have been a goner had you not arrived when you did, milady. I understand we're in a crown contest, but I had no idea such a capable Astral Argus was in our midst. Forgive me for not realizing it sooner. Come on, you don't need to bow so deeply. All I did was strike that Zugal's weak point. I didn't even get to go down to Dana for the crown contest, so I'm not sure how to feel about all this praise you're heaping on me. Oh, she's got a fan. A very enthusiastic fan. Where's my house? I don't know how to get home. Man, it's gotta be fucking scary for a child. Just lost out in the city you live in, but like no idea how to get home. Sorry, authorized personnel only. The damage beyond here is too severe. You'll have to go around. As a member of the Upper Caste, I order you to find a route out of here to the neighboring district. Please know you can't expect an old man such as me to do that, not when there are Zugals running loose in that part of town. That's exactly why I need you to do this. Surely you don't intend to defy me now, do you? That's fucked up, dude. That's fucked up. The residential quarter is completely ruined. The roads are a mess, so we can't get any power. The info terminals have gone dead too. We can't get in contact with any of our fellow run-ins on the ground in Dana. I wonder if the Sovereign's aware of what's going on. Who do you support, old man?
Ridiculous.
How loathsome. Oh, I was just reading about Voron. Can I help you?
Okay.
I was always an ardent supporter of Lord Werwolgil, Hildrist myself. Were it not for his sudden death down on the surface, I likely still would be. In my eyes, Lord Werwolgil is the true Walking Lord. I don't believe for a second that he perished in some accident like they said. As for how Voron runs Ganeth Harrows, don't get me started. I hear he enslaves not only Danans, but even his fellow Renans. We may live in a society where to the victor go the spoils, but his actions go against what we as a people stand for. Besides, just what sort of family line is this house Ignisari of his anyway? I'd never heard of it until he came along, which means they must be among the lowest dregs of society. That such an ignoble lineage could suddenly produce an Astral Argus capable of ascending to lordship is unheard of. None of it makes any sense, not to mention all of the upheaval around here of late. What is happening to our people?
It seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volron either.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Ganeth Harrows changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary. Remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them differently than the rest of us.
Yeah, despite the brutality they're known for.
They must have had a lot on their shoulders, carrying all the weight and responsibilities of Renan society.
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy, so they tend to grow up fiercely competitive. But their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what brings them together against outside forces, and nothing exemplifies that more than the Lords.
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Rena, so to speak.
Right. It's the same reason Balsif hated my guts, and Ganabelt went after you, because we're threats to Rena.
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, have you gained anything from all of this?
Yeah. I think it's made me realize that the Lords were all people, too. Balsif and the others, they all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but still, just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't mean...
I know. What they did was horrible. I'm not trying to dispute that. But at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. They were individuals, just like the rest of us. So I guess what I'm trying to say is...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renans, or because they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things, they were still just people.
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Danan doesn't make you a good person. And being a Renan doesn't make you a bad one. I think that's something we've all seen.
Shion and Dohalim definitely make a good case for it.
And I'm going to keep doing my best to make sure I earn that trust. As a fellow human being above all else.
Quest complete. Grape gel.
What's this thing?
Is that my first grape gel? Yes, it is, actually. Father, what's going on? I'm scared. I'm not sure, son. Never in all my years here on Lenegus has anything like this ever happened, not even once. There's always been a decree before anything takes place. Not only was there none this time, but the residential quarter has seen damage and injuries. Well, could that mean there's something bad happening then? It's possible. For now, all we can do is wait and hope for the best. Shouldn't you try to find your way back home?
There's something I just don't get.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, who was it then?
Hanfrikt Milgras, the former lord of Cyslodia, if memory serves.
So then this Hanfrikt whatchamacallem, he's the current ruler of Rena?
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You're saying that ever since becoming sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Lenegus?
I guess over Holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegus from the motherland, sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest, meaning each victor is awarded their very own. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there have been contests.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelagian, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. But If even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what to believe anymore.
You and me both. Though we are Renan by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Core existed, remember?
With any luck, the Forbidden Zone might give us some answers.
No use
Let's
standing
hope
around
so,
here
'cause I have
chatting
many
about it then.
questions.
Let's get a move on.
Using water arts to put out fires. How could any of this happen? For years, Lenegis was a bastion of order and stability. Where did it all go wrong?
Doe?
Faria.
Varia? Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was...
But why are you here? Wait, don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dana already. Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still...
Kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Danon rock, you haven't changed one bit. But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Sure, that's it. Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else. You're just a coward!
Oh, she mad. Oh. Oh no. Well. Well, she's fucked. They get right. The red lady's got her. Red woman.
Dohalim.
I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
Each of us have our pasts. I am no exception.
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
Damn. Alright. Move on. I feel guilty about fleeing while there are kids out there fighting. There's no need to worry about them. They come from a higher ranking family than ours. That makes their astral arts stronger than ours. They're simply fulfilling their duty to society as members of the ruling elite. I know, but it still doesn't sit right with me. Fuck. Alright. There's a dead Zoogle there. When they said kids, I think they meant like little ass kids. Shit. Looks like I'm gonna have a shop and a place to rest over there. This is crazy. How long is this going to keep on? I don't know. Normally we would have had orders from the top brass informing all the separate classes what they need to do. I doubt that's happening. The whole chain of command in the city seems like it's broken down. Nobody knows what's happening. That doesn't mean someone somewhere isn't watching our move. But now we should see if there's anyone higher ranking around here. Maybe they'll have an idea about what we should be doing. Is that them just hyping her up? Like, yeah, put out those fires. You can do it. So feeling the feeding pen. The feeding pen in bad shape. Who knows how many people have died? What happened to the Zoogles? Don't tell me they broke out. No, luckily we were able to seal them out before they got too far. Not that it does much good when they've escaped in other districts too. If I had to guess, I'd say there are a lot of Zoogles running blue street like this. And there are a lot more of them than us too. What are we going to do? All our best soldiers are stationed down in Dana. Yeah, fuck, I guess.
Wow, this place is beautiful.
Yeah, it must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renan sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together. Avakir, Faria, and Tarnigan. That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnigan. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed. Despite Faria's lower-class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority and introduced her to Tarnagin and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
A friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnagin and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnagin had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnagin was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait, don't tell me she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less, she would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you. So she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty, instead I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, that you already know.
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Dahnans there would still be suffering under Renan oppression like before.
Shion's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many people, Dohalim. You saved me. It's thanks to you that I'm here today. So, try not to blame yourself. The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Shion. I promise he does.
I hope you're right. Alphen.
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe, but I still wanted to say thank you.
If things don't calm down soon, don't you think we should board with Starship so we can evacuate? We can't. You need to have the Sovereign's permission to enter Starship for anything other than the crown contest. Well, where's the Sovereign? Why isn't he here to lead us in our time of need? That is a very good question. The rumors are to believe it's not just Zula's Spark Control. Apparently a group of armored soldiers have started to rebel too. For all we know, we may be seeing the start of some kind of uprising, don't you think so? That's absurd. Who could possibly plot such a conspiracy and think they can get away with it? True, if you rebel against the Sovereign, you're rebelling against the entire Renan civilization. It's hard to say one way or another. Nothing like this has ever happened in the history of Lenegis. We just know too little. Yeah. Nothing up here? What back here? Nope. Alright.
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
Fast travel point. Alright, cool. So now we have a new fast travel point. It's sweet that, I mean, it's very useful. I'm glad that it's a thing. But it is a little bit odd that we can just fast travel between Lenegis and Dana at will. It's a little weird. I appreciate it though. I can overwrite this save now. Do I have to see me, or has my shop been blessed with most stoically in the service? Is there anything you can help me with, Miller? I have nothing to sell. I don't know where I got that. The diamond armor. Fuck. Fuck. And new weapons. Gladius Rena. That sword looks fucking cool, by the way. Skelepitum Rena. Are these all like something Rena? That was cool. Historia Rena, again, looks cool. Like how they all, so far, they all seem to have like a black, white, and gold color scheme. Like, you know, the rest of the Renan, everything really. Skugum Rena. Yo, that shield looks fucking cool. Cestus Rena. Caduceus? I'm gonna go with Caduceus Rena. That's cool. I imagine the like spiral shit in the middle, because of all the holes, would make it very uncomfortable to actually use. Cool. Oh, Dokkan gets two. He also has Columna Passio. Interesting. I could actually make this one for him, actually. Oh, Xion also has to. Jesus Christ, Xion. Fuck. Oh, she also has Radiant Light Part 3. Pink Protector. Didn't she have another one like this before? Feline Bastion. Interesting that I don't have that Feline Bastion isn't one of the required materials for this one. You know what I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna sell all the old armor. Their best armor now, right? Probably should have done this a long ass time ago, but I'm gonna need all the money I can get right now. And if it comes down to it, we're gonna have to do some fishing. Alright, so Gladius Rena I can't make right now. Assault Shot she already has. Sclopitum Rena can't make. I can make Radiant Light Part 3. Pink Protector. Oh, and I can make Scoopum right now? Cool. Probably wasted money making Pink Protector, but had to be done. Cause fuck it, I guess. Cause I was able to exclude them right where I got yeah, at the same time. So, well, whatever. Who knows if I mean, for all I know, there could be even stronger weapons than this. But these definitely seem like, considering where we are in the game, it seems like we're pretty late game, and all these weapons have like a theme to them. It seems like these are probably the strongest weapons we can make. But who knows if it's gonna be some shit like post game where you unlock stronger weapons to make. Oh, really? Alphen's Diamond Mail is actually slightly worse in protection and, well, whatever those top and bottom stats are. I don't know what the fuck they are actually. Huh. Is anyone else like that? Yo, the Diamond Guard for Kasara is just straight up worse than her current armor. That's crazy. Right, I still might get this for Alphen because, I mean, I only lose 5 and 7 in those top and bottom stats, but that middle stat is plus 48, so I think it might be worth it. Kisara doesn't need the diamond shit. She's like, nah, I'm good. That's crazy to me. That she already has armor better than this fucking diamond armor. That's wild. Yeah, she can be left alone. I don't need to spend money on her armor, I guess. Then we can sell everyone's old armor. Well, I'll keep Alphen's just in case. But we can sell this, 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 and this. That's crazy to me. It honestly is fucking crazy to me. A mouse ate one of my cows, god damn it. Good luck, my lord. We, the citizens, are all confident that you shall do everything in your power to bring a quick end to this crisis.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
Interesting that I can't sell these. Goodness, I never expect to be graced by Ogdoli and his companions. If there's anything I can do for you all, please, by all means. I think we still have our buff, right? Oh no. I don't understand what Dulfleem's increases cooking effect by 30% once remaining. What does that even mean? What's remaining? What? I guess we'll just go with this.
Thanks for waiting. Eat as much as you like.
Ah shit, I missed to go with reverie defense, not elemental defense. Fuck. Oh well. Fuck it. That's fine.
Damn it. Lenegis soldiers.
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Well, so much for them not wanting to fight. Oh,
I am Lord Dohalim of Elda Menancia. I command you.
Threats to the city must be erased.
No.
So no real elemental shit.
Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed enough. So I'll stick with the current shit. Everyone's got their best shit equipped. Making sure everyone has access to all the arts.
The fight they got for. Halt! Double Demon Fang! Can't get out of this! Not chance! Damn it, Bennett! Mirage! Double Demon Fang! Goodbye!
Raging Storm!
Denied! This time! Down! Not today! It's almost too strong! Split it open! Be my guest!
Raging Storm! This one's mine!
Demon Fang!
Now!
Go with me! In an instant! Impact Block! My hero! Stand support! Hurricane Thrust!
You require a hand.
My shield! Fire in the hole! Practice blade! You picked the wrong fight! Listen! No escape! Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone!
Those soldiers seem different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Yeah.
Yep.
They weren't big talkers, that's for sure. They just attacked without warning.
Yep.
They weren't in the least bit fazed by Dohalim's presence either.
Nope.
Indeed. They seem to recognize us as enemies, nothing more.
Yep.
And yet, traditionally, Lenegis hasn't been high on threats. A few frenzied Zeugles during experiments here and there, but not much else.
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves we met back in Ganath Haros. The ones in blind devotion to Volron.
I've never seen anything like that here on Lenegis
Volron's still
before.
around. 100%.
Maybe
Volron's
someone
still
doesn't
around.
want us here, and the soldiers are their way of letting us know.
What with the Red Woman, the Sovereign, and Volron, we're starting to develop quite the growing list of adversaries. At least we'll know to keep our wits about us.
Volron's still alive and he fucking brainwashed those dudes. 100%. There's no doubt in my mind that's what happened. Ah, shit. Fucking Mantis. That's gonna be unavoidable too. I have to get, because that's this path here, and I have to get through that path to get there. So that fight's gonna be 100% unavoidable. Fucking sick. Looks like they can make me Earth. Look like they might like spew poison or some shit. Can I separate them? I don't think so. Nah, they're not gonna get separated. They're dark. Okay. So light is what's gonna help us here. Okay. So, no, but I need Xion in as a healer. Does all you have? So the Renans would be inoptimal here because they don't have any light magic. They don't have light astral arts on Renans. Yeah, on Renan. Like, Renans don't have light astral energy, only Danans do. And yet... So I guess we can keep Shion in. Just out of curiosity, does Law have any light astral arts? Yeah, he does actually. Including his mystic art. And might as well check to make sure. I'm pretty confident. Yeah. Rinwell's got light astral arts. And Sara? Yes. I doubt you have anything that enhances his light arts. I'll swap this out with. I know I have lightning thrust or plasma shock. I'm gonna do lightning thrust. I actually do kind of like lightning thrust more than plasma shock. The only other light art I have is plasma shock actually, so I'm probably gonna end up having to put plasma shock here anyway. Yeah. To get rid of any deactivating the dark arts that Shion uses.
Be still!
These ones can run rings around us. Glacial Spear. Here's evil.
Too fast!
Stand back. Trip it up.
You're mine! I'm not done!
Lunar Corruption! Raging Cascade!
Take this! Soaring Light Spear! The flame inside is yours to be let free! Right! Take this! Double Demon Fang!
Raging Cascade!
Plasma Shock!
Lunar Corruption! Death Spin!
Can't get out of this!
Mega Ray!
You're mine!
Double Demon Fang!
Alright.
Astral Energy!
Say no more!
Here, let me
Now! Here I come! You escape! Soaring Light Spear!
Auto Squall!
Double Demon Fang!
Dragon Pearl!
Alright. Okay.
I feel sprightlier than before.
3 dark means? That's a new material. Dark means. Apparently. And fuck, that's not even the mantis I saw. There's multiple of these things. God damn it, dude. Hello. Horse mantis. Level 44.
Tear you to shreds!
Dazzle!
On guard! Freezing storm! Take it out!
Escape! You're on!
As if the normal creepy crawlies aren't disgusting
Flame
enough.
is yours to be let free! Tear! Dragon Thrust!
Cyan Instant!
Appreciate the help!
Sorry,
But this fight ends here! I can carve through armor. This one's all mine. There are things left here. Here I come. Can't get out of this. This one keeps charging us.
That's what
Oh
my
shit,
shield's
it's charging
for.
now.
Get behind me.
Got it. I'll leave it to you.
This is how a good core he's moving.
On guard. Not in your dreams. Healing circle. And fire.
I'll take you all on.
Alright. Big shield.
Flare the Malisa.
Hurricane strike. Hear my call. This one's mine. Time to shine.
It's go time.
Knock him down.
Look sharp. By the power of lightning strike. Leave the charges to me. Lightning strike.
Lightning strike.
Down. You're all far enough.
Be still. Take this.
Oh, I got him.
Healing circle.
I can carve through armor. This one's all mine. Lightning.
I'll heal you all.
Ignite. Slash the shot.
Healing circle. A freezing storm.
Ice
tornado. It's time to finish this. Die.
I feel like it's been so long
Consuming
since we've seen Shion's Mystic Art.
Here, let me help. Lightning condemned. Thunder
My
blade.
turn.
Radiant light.
Totally. In an instant. Impact block.
There we go.
Step back. This one's all law.
Can you separate them?
Little help.
I do it, eh?
Healing. Raging storm. Hurricane.
Take this. Take down their defenses. Here I come. Mirage.
This one. Take Tornado blade. Inferno Face my judgment.
Mirage. I'm not done.
In a bind?
Lightning strike.
Here I come. It's on. My shield. Appreciate the help. Double demon. We're not finished.
Do it. Going in.
Look sharp. Lightning Tiger Blade.
Alright.
With this, I can become even stronger.
Alright. Let me.
Won't forgive you.
Be still. Bring him down.
Raging storm.
You picked the wrong fight.
You won't get all night. Then you leave me no choice.
Engaging. Soaring like spear.
Here's a healing art.
Double demon fight.
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah. And totally to me. Double demon fight.
You require a hand. Sorry.
But this fight ends here. Now, Asuna.
Right. Here's a Hikigara. Go for it.
Prepare to crumble.
I'll heal you all.
Lightning thrust.
Dance for
Here I
your
come. Hurricane
Need to
thrust.
pull myself together.
Do it.
Mirage. Lock. Look sharp.
Alright.
Lightning Tiger Blade.
Nice.
Barely a blip on our radar.
Yep. Shortcake recipe.
Seriously? Is this a joke?
Now you'll learn! This one's all mine!
So much for talking it out.
You got spirit! Eat this!
Look shot.
It's time. The enemy wields arts too.
You'll soon see about that.
Slap the shot!
This one's mine.
We did it! No shit!
Now,
Totally! In an instant! Impact block! Now! Take this! Dazzle! You're mine! Soaring light spear! You picked the wrong fight! Take this!
Hurricane Strike! Do it!
You got him!
Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone.
There we go.
I wonder if we can make new weapons with this.
Probably can. Pineapple gel.
Those soldiers don't seem to have any qualms about attacking on sight.
Is someone making them stand guard over the Forbidden Zone?
Get
Force,
lost!
another force mantis.
Take this!
Going in!
Take this!
Steel!
Lightning thrust!
Heavy speed!
Try harder! Time to cross blade! Slap the shot!
And now it's doing his charge shit.
Soaring light spear!
Pull myself together.
No further.
I'm all set. Cyclone!
I can carve through armor.
Gemini Aqua! This way!
Soaring light!
Radiant Storm!
Be still! You're up!
Time to shine! Hurricane Strike! This one's mine!
Lightning thrust!
Pull myself together. It's time! Reload!
Lightning thrust!
Element ready!
Try hard! My turn! You're mine!
I'm all set!
Soaring light spear!
Time to shine!
Eat this!
Hurricane
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Ah, shit. I absolutely wasted this shit.
Try harder! My turn!
Attack time. Can't get out of this.
Lightning thrust! The flame inside me is yours to be let free! Be still!
Using orange now.
You're on! Be still! Not today! Soaring light spear! Slap the shot!
Fuck.
Here's a healing arm!
Slap the shot!
Igneous discharge.
Radiant, where that came from? Sweet
I'll take you all
Alright.
on. Ha! Flare Demolisher.
Now or never.
Appreciate the help.
Where are you going?
I owe you one. Armor won't save you.
This one's all mine!
Here's the
Burn it out!
Here goes!
going in.
Annihilation!
It's not really fucking waste Kasar's boost attack this time.
I'll heal you all! More where that comes from!
Soaring light spear!
Make it ready!
You require
Xeon, astral energy! Full throttle!
Nice.
Don't push yourself too hard.
What's over here though? Oh, fuck this. Alright.
Get lost!
Slap the
Think
shot!
with darkness!
How about try harder?
Take this!
Lunar corruption! Hang foot! By the
Slap the shot!
It's like trying to keep up with a wall!
Soaring light spear!
You made me angry. That was a bad idea.
No escape! Slap the shock!
Do it!
Look sharp!
Alright.
Lightning Tiger Blade! Non-kick!
Prepare to be sealed. I'll take you all on.
I hope that didn't just make me waste my boost attack.
Take this!
Kinda did, yeah.
Can't get out of this!
It's in the sky, it's mine! Sealed!
Thanks!
Water, hear my call! Hurricane foot!
Thanks!
This one's mine!
I'm not done! Lightning thrust! I'm not done!
Here's a healing now!
Spear! Look sharp!
Alright.
Lightning Tiger Blade! Not a chance! No escape!
Hurricane surrender!
Mirage! Slap the shot!
Hurricane foot! Here's a healing arc! Lightning
Direct demon fang!
Lunar arc!
Be still! Sorry, but this fight ends here!
I end up using so many fucking horn shells. Fighting with this shit.
Do it! Astral energy! Full throttle!
Now!
Glacial
Here I
switch!
go! I'm not done!
Hurricane strike! Freeze lancer!
Slap the shot!
Here's a healing arc! Divine streak! First
Alright.
aid!
Cool.
I need to be stronger.
Red Sage. Brightstone. Cool. Transcendent Pebbles. Transcendent Pebbles. Alright. See if we can quickly make it to that next fight over here before bonus chain runs out. Shit, it ran out.
Go no further!
Locked and loaded! This one's all mine!
May a thousand gales carry it through! How long are we gonna keep this up for exactly? On guard! Lunar corruption! This one's mine! Hurricane strike! Fire support!
Now or never!
I'm all set up! Annihilation!
Burn in hell!
Hydration!
Be still!
Photon!
Soaring light spear!
Here's the healing! It's in the sky, it's mine!
You're mine!
Healing
Be
circle!
still!
That'll bring you down!
Mission escape! Here I come! Soaring light spear! Mirage!
That's my cue!
Shut him down! Dazzle! Strike! Soaring light spear!
There we
Look
go.
sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! Here I come! This one's all mine! Burn it out! Take this!
Do it!
Remove!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Nice.
A comfortable win.
Comfortable's a word. Sure.
Seriously? Is this a joke?
My deal?
Hear my call!
What?
Burning! This one's mine! Freeze laser! This one's mine!
No further!
I'll heal you all! Let the marksman handle this!
Sorry, but this fight ends here! Now, Asuna!
Right!
Consider yourself finished. My turn.
Appreciate that. Astral energy.
Say no more. My turn.
Flaming meteor.
That's your turn.
Lightning orb. Make it rain.
Kisara, Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone.
Everybody okay?
We're all right, Alphen.
That's not called.
That's far enough. You're mine. Not in your dreams.
Be still.
I'm the true gunslinger around here. Fire support. Do it.
Look sharp. Lightning Tiger Blade.
Get fucked.
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
Shit, I swapped. I swapped by accident.
This must be it. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was Sovereigns only.
Alphen.
Damn.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now
Fancy
are
entrance.
considered one and the same.
What?
What the?
Alphen.
You again.
Flashback?
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Dahnan. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for, let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imaris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dana. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
That person Alphen was speaking to, she looked exactly like Shion.
Sure did.
It was Naori. Naori Imeris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shion. I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
Oh shit, hey Audrey.
That's all very well and
Fuck,
fine.
I really got to
but
look
what
at chat
did we
more.
just
Also,
witness
I'm glad you got
exactly?
your writing done.
It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago.
Hot dog man?
The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it?
That's
The moment the entrance opened, it was like a stream of Dan and astral
yeah,
energy
Anime
rushing
Man is
over
Iron
us.
Man. Iron Mask.
I felt it too.
White hair anime boy.
Not for the first
That's
time
Iron
either.
Mask.
It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegus.
yeah,
For
he
all we
does.
know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy
Yeah.
itself that was responsible for that
The
vision
mask
we
broke
just
off a
saw?
while ago.
But how? And why?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah. It was all just a little sudden.
Yep.
That's all. So that
Yeah,
was my ancestor,
crazy.
huh? It was like looking
He has
into
a
a mirror.
face.
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those. Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers
Man.
about your thorns.
Alphen.
It's
That's
just,
not
I'm
all.
not, you know,
This whole time we've been
I
fighting
wouldn't
to
say
free
I'm
Dana
done with
from
this
the
game.
Renans.
Like, it's
But now
fun,
that
it's
we're
good.
here, it
It's
seems
just,
those
it's been
same
going on
Renans
for
might
a
have it
while.
just as bad.
I have so many questions.
I'd like to liberate them too if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion.
Yeah, I don't know.
Your
It's just a
desire
long
to
game.
free and protect.
That's all it is.
They're all hardwired into you. Not that I'm complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp.
Also,
After
this
that last
particular
illusion,
section of
there's
the
no
game has had
telling
a
what
lot
could
of
happen in here.
cutscenes. Alright, enter the Forbidden Zone. Oh, that's fucking, what's her name? The chick that knew Dohalim.
Faria, how
That's
did you
her.
get in here?
Wait,
That's her name.
something about her isn't right.
No, clearly the red
What's
woman
wrong
did
with
something
her?
to her.
She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
Oh, she's got the dark master cord. Oh fuck! Alright, that looks pretty badass. Also, which one are you calling the Xenoblade character?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when...
We can talk later. Here it comes.
Yo, that thing looks badass. Tormented. Its name is fucking Tormented Limbs. That's awesome. And its weak spot is right there at the head.
Googles like that before?
How about with a stone that looks suspiciously like a master sword? Where did she get her hands on that?
Probably from the Red Woman. Clearly, the Red Woman had a Dark Master Core before, and now this chick, how far it has.
I'll stop this job! Thanks, Kisara!
I missed. I missed. Oh, fuck.
My turn!
I don't feel so hot.
You should sit this one.
And miss all the fun. No way.
Shit. How many orange shells do I have left? 10. Okay. Fucking pain arms. Yeah. Dude, honestly, so many enemies in this game have some really badass names. The Tormented Limbs is probably the best one so far, though. For sure. Oh shit. Yo, this thing hurts.
Where are you going?
Okay, we broke its core. You know, that's a good name for a Metal Gear Rising also. For sure.
Here, let me help. Dance in the wind. Moving forward. Like after
Oh shit.
Big shot.
Alright, we almost got it down to half. I don't want to stay too close to it.
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flames and Molotov.
Perfect. Yep. Sounds like a badass song.
Now. I'm out of it. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished.
May a thousand arrows tear you to shreds.
Alright. Down. Stunned. This shows that happens in my fucking face. Oh, it's pissed.
That move.
Here comes the big one. Try harder. Now.
Lightning meteor.
Take this.
Look sharp. Healing circle.
This thing can fucking teleport.
Switch off. Raging cascade.
No. No. Okay.
Not like this.
Well, there goes Kisara. I think she has nerve item. Oh, it fucking fired a fucking laser.
You picked the wrong fight.
Where are you going?
Now you see what I can do. Can't get out of this.
Yeah, one of them probably did. I don't know who said it. I wasn't really paying attention, I'll be real, but one of them probably did say that. I wouldn't even surprise me.
It's weakened.
I pray coming from you.
I said almost. Don't get carried away.
Gotcha, you want to see something that's stupid?
Sorry, but this fight ends here.
And they're gone.
Here it comes!
Yeah, that's about the reaction I expected.
Appreciate the help.
So to explain that like super art, yeah, that was Kikito. So you get that super art from a crossover DLC mission, where you fight Kikito in like an arena. You fight Kikito and Asuna in like an arena, and once you beat it as a reward, you get that.
Lightning thrust!
I'll heal you all.
Castle! Take this! Mirage! Burn! Make it rain! Remove!
Astral energy.
Say no more!
I don't know what the song was.
Now it's just her.
Oh,
Faria.
it was a host. Thanks for
Can you
hosting
hear me?
Audrey.
Faria.
I appreciate it.
She's preparing another summoning.
The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more.
Dohalim!
Forgive me.
Just punch her in the stomach. Yeah, dude. It's crazy.
Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything okay?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Yeah.
Shion, please. Can you treat her?
That's how you knock people out, right?
I can try,
Just
but
punch them right in the
I can't
stomach.
promise she'll be
Very
back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here.
She can only heal physical
Maybe it'd be
wounds, not
better if
mental
we
ones.
moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case,
I'll take her off your hands.
You?
Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnigan, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit. I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was
Yeah.
one to stand out.
Yeah,
Instead,
they made him
he
real.
was always hanging
Sorta.
back, worrying
Yeah,
about
well, they made him
everyone
anime.
else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones if it wasn't for me.
Also, Audrey, in case I forget,
You're
I'm
wrong.
counting on you
Kelzelik was the one who
to
killed my
remind
brother.
me to mention
under orders from
tormented
Almadria.
limbs
As for
during the next
Tarnigan,
podcast.
if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats
Probably was
people as
Kikito.
expendable.
Indeed.
Probably was.
Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul searching or trying to make
Oh
amends
shit,
is
you
going
want
to
to do that
change
now
that.
and just confuse everyone for 2 weeks?
Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember.
I'm doing it right
you
the
never
fuck now.
forget. You keep it in your
I'll
heart
be tormented
always.
limbs.
And then you go on living. Not for those already past, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
Fuck, I forgot how to
That's
change
what
my
living's
nickname.
all about. Being able to still make a
there we
difference.
go.
Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go away.
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim.
There
Not
we go.
for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for yourself and for the change that you still can be.
Yeah.
I shall try.
And I am tormented limbs.
Don't forget, we've still got a
And
mystery
together
to
we shall
solve.
confuse
The
we shall
Forbidden Zone,
confuse our
remember?
friends for a total
Shion.
of 2 weeks before
Huh?
we explain anything to them.
Thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Glad to be of service.
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much for her as well. I'm most grateful.
Around here
Oh,
somewhere.
shucks. We're on the same team, right? Let's move on.
Time for a skip.
Do you think Faria was really being controlled by someone?
Certainly seemed that way. The question is, who? The Red Woman?
The same person who's behind all of this, I'll bet. Whoever that is.
Brainwashed or otherwise, the feelings of resentment she holds towards me are real.
Someone used her because they knew we'd hold back. If that's not playing dirty, I don't know what is.
It does tell us one thing at least. Someone here in Lenegis is watching us. Someone who means us harm.
There's no question. That attack was meant for us alone.
By someone capable of getting inside a person and manipulating them like a weapon. We need to find whoever it is.
Sounds a lot like
fast.
Boron. You know, the fucker we killed, but then his body disappeared? Sounds a lot like that fucker might still be around somewhere.
What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
Nice. That's commitment to the bit, Audrey, and I appreciate that. Flashback to the fucking, what was it? Some kind of ceremony. I forget the name of it.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
And this is where the thorns came from. So then the thorns got carried down from Naori to Shion because of this. Oh shit. Oh, that's a good idea. Is that what? No, but that's a good idea, Audrey. Write that down. We need that to happen in the campaign.
That was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
being destroyed.
Oblivion.
Yep.
It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
So does Shion have like an eldritch
empty
horror
void.
inside of her?
A
Is that
nothing
what's
so
happening?
complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
Fuck yeah, I can't wait. It's gonna be
The
awesome.
visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her. It reminds me of Shion's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral
Seems
energy
like
so
the
powerful.
spirit channeling ceremony
What was
from
that?
300 years ago created the thorns.
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Yep.
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure.
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us
The
nowhere.
planets want to destroy everything. The planets themselves want to destroy everything.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Shion's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Finally, we begin to understand what the thorns are.
Yes, and their source. A ceremony that occurred 3 centuries ago.
But we still don't know how to get rid of them.
Now I missed that skip.
I just hope we can find a way. Soon, we might very well learn the truth behind Shion's thorns, as well as my own past. I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens.
Yo, we about to beat the game. Fuck it. You've written the lyrics for the song Pain Arms already? Alright. I'm not much of a singer, so I shall read your lyrics as though it were a poem. My fucking arms hurt, constant misery. My fucking arms hurt, constant misery. I wake up each morning with pain unending. I wake up each morning with rage unending. My fucking arms hurt, but you will hurt worse. That line, I gotta stop right there. That line right there, that's fucking badass. I love it. My fucking arms hurt, but you will hurt worse. I don't know how to read that language, but I'm gonna butcher it. I'm skip past that sentence. I'll beat you to death with my pain arms. That's badass. I like it. It is. You are correct about that. It'll fit right in. Get some sick fucking... Get some sick like metal instrumentals behind it. Boom. Good.
I just need a little time first.
Seeing visions.
That vision we saw. It was as if it was meant specifically for us.
What do you make of it? Do you still think the will of Dana might be involved somehow?
Maybe it's trying to tell us something. But what?
Yes, exactly.
Well, it could be supernatural.
Over
You know,
June,
like
it's hard
seeing
to
dead
describe
people,
exactly.
messages from
Perfect.
beyond the grave, ghost type stuff.
That's your grand theory? That we're being haunted? Come on, Law.
Wait. He might be closer to the mark than you think. What if a person's thoughts and deeds
For
were
real.
to somehow become indelibly etched into the ether of a place?
You know what? It's their loss.
And what
It's
if
their
those
loss
with a
that they're
connection
missing out on
could
playing
then
arms.
somehow pick
That's on
up
them.
on them?
You think that's what it was? Some kind of message someone left here for us?
I am merely entertaining the possibility. Whether it was
Yeah, we
Dana's
are.
will, or somehow connected to the Sovereign and Maiden's powers, I do not know.
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying that if a place is full of enough astral energy, it can somehow show us events that happened centuries ago?
More to the point, how does that much astral energy gather in one place anyway? Seems unlikely it happened naturally.
Whatever it was, it survived here intact for 300 years. Whoever left it for us, the strength of their intent is beyond doubt.
The strength of their intent.
Okay. Shit. Didn't mean to do that. Alright. So I was gonna end the stream soon because it's, you know, I gotta work tomorrow. But fuck it. It feels like we're like actually about to beat the game or some shit. So I'm gonna keep going. First, let me see if I can make any more levels.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Sell that shit. Oh shit. Thanks for the $5, Audrey. You really didn't have to do that, but I appreciate it. Thank you. I don't have enough rending Titan things to make that. No, why not? I had a few more Titan things.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
Well, let me see if I can restock on orange shells too. Alright, I appreciate it. Also, Paint Arms is really fucking good. That is fucking strong. Should I increase? I think I'm just gonna go with like a just straight up defense buff. Considering it seems like we're about to go into a real big fight.
That was nothing.
No, I haven't watched The Expanse. To be real, I'm not even really sure what that is. What is it? Alright, now time to run my little ass back all the way to the fucking ship. Shit.
An opponent like this should be easy. Can't get out of
Alright, I might have to redo some of these fights. I can't. These are some very tight corridors that makes it hard to just run past shit.
That'll bring you down.
Fuck.
You're mine. A freezing storm. Far enough.
Here I come.
Permanent render.
Demon Fang.
Healing circle. Arrow wall. Need to pull
Take
myself
this.
together.
Oops.
Down. Your army.
Don't fucking stop.
Take this. No escape.
Do it.
Kisara. Commander of Heaven.
Phoenix Cyclone.
I'm not done.
This one's mine.
That's cool.
I'm not done.
None shall escape.
I'll be real, there's a lot of like sci-fi shit I've missed in my life because I just like wasn't super into it as a kid, or like, you know, growing up or whatever. But I have since gotten into it, but I've dipped my toes into the sci-fi world.
Going in.
Sci-fi's cool. I need to watch more sci-fi shit.
A comfortable win.
You know, and I can't fault you for that, because spaceships are pretty fucking rad. Alright, just run past the mantis. Fuck, am I gonna have to fight that other mantis again? Is this the right way? Yeah. Right? I'll keep that in mind. I've never seen a Star Trek. I've never seen a single Star Trek. Not a one. I'll keep that in mind. This looks like it's going to be another unavoidable fight. Fuck.
Hi, Hoodle.
Can't get out of this.
Ah, shit.
They really don't give up, do they?
Now you'll learn.
Ignore it. Now or never.
Their arcs were interrupted.
An astral arc?
That's my cue.
Shut him down.
Do it. Astral energy.
Say no more.
Lunar corruption.
I'm not done. Dazzle. Here I come.
Switch
Not gonna lie, it might sound kind of stupid, but the fact that it's gonna make it probably does increase the likelihood that I watch it. Stop me the fuck down.
This one's mine.
God damn it.
Do it. Astral energy.
Say no more.
Will this help?
No. You're mine.
Yeah, sure, go for it.
Make it right.
Kisara. Commander
I
of
don't mind getting links to it. I have to try and find time to watch it. But yeah, if I have the links to it,
This
make
should
it
make
easier
for
for
some
sure.
good weapon crafting material.
Now let's go fight the big bad boss.
Soon, I have to be ready to face anything. I'm
only way
determined
is
to
forward.
save Shion and Dana. Nothing I learn can change that.
Let's go. Yeah, I can imagine Halo being pretty mad. Although, to be fair to Halo, he did dip out of a previous Tales of Arise stream because he didn't want spoilers.
Hold up, you guys.
So that is on him,
I want to look through that room over there.
and I can't really fault him.
Curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out. This looks like some kind of research facility.
Sure
A
does.
laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Yeah,
Let's check it out.
yeah.
Might give us a new lead.
So he was alive 300 years ago, escaped, got put in the sort of cryo sleep, and
For the
And
people
now
of
he's here.
Lenegus,
he got put
Forbidden
in a sort
Zone
of
is the
cryo
stuff
sleep
of
for 300
dreams.
years.
Yet here
Now
I
he's
am,
here.
standing within its hallowed halls.
It's off limits even for lords, then? Talk about an exclusive club.
Being exclusive is one thing, but how many important facilities let in only the Sovereign? Doesn't that seem a little strange?
Strange doesn't cover it. If it was only one room, maybe. But a place on this scale? How did they keep it from falling into ruin? Whoever the Sovereign is, they can't manage the upkeep of this whole place themselves.
Did no one ever talk about it when you were growing up?
No, not that I can remember. Then again, Sovereigns and Forbidden Zones weren't exactly breakfast table conversations.
The Forbidden Zone is a hallowed place, at one with the Sovereign's authority, grounds of the one true ruler who presides over all Renans. That is what we believed this place to be. No, what we were made to believe it was. But now, it is finally time to discover this area's true purpose, and why it was kept hidden behind the scenes for so long.
Sounds like there's some nefarious bullshit going on.
I think I can make this work.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Danan astral energy so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure, taking the form of a Danan. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign!
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the Master Course. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title, Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait. I think I've found one that was successful.
I've never played Mass Effect.
Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique Adjustment Index, Generation, NA. Given name.
I should play
Alphen.
Mass Effect though. I really should.
They've re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique Adjustment Index, Generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Volron? But that means...
He's only sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory,
guess I am
the
the
sovereign
Reapers.
shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined.
That sounds bad.
When a new sovereign
That
is
sounds
decided,
like a bad thing.
the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even
So then
supposing
what
that's
happens to
true,
the winners of the crown
someone
contest
must
then?
have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
Probably the Red Woman.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately.
Kigito was
barely
behind
managed
everything.
to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all,
Kigito's behind all the
but
bullshit
you're
the
welcome to
Renans are
take a
doing.
look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign. And Volron as well. The significance of this location would suggest...
Hey, it looks like the terminals in here turned on too.
We should look through them. They might contain valuable information.
Don't eat my flags.
Only 2 sovereigns in over 300 years. So why has the experiment only succeeded twice in all this time? And if that's the case, why keep on doing it? Was there really no other way? Or could there be some other reason?
Dohalim.
Forgive me.
Shit, I fucked up.
Alphen.
I'm fine. I'm just a little shaken, that's all. I knew what I was already, so it's not like it's a surprise or anything. But it's strange. I've got all this rage inside of me, but I don't even know who it's for. I'm scared that I'll put a face to it, just to have someone to blame.
If that were to happen, then No. Then we'd help you fight it, before you ever got that far. Wouldn't we, everyone?
Yeah, we wouldn't just sit by and watch you spiral out of control.
That's right. No good can come from being consumed by hatred.
If you ever start to lose your way,
That's about as good
you
as
can
any-
count
a
on
good
us to
reason as
guide
any
you
to do
back,
experiments.
to
Just get
remind you
bored.
where home is.
Try and make
And
the
I would
ultimate
be
being
happy to
on
lend
board.
an attentive ear, should you ever have need.
Thank you, everyone. I think I'll be okay now.
Created an eldritch being made of thorns. Just out of boredom. All Renans must take part in the selection process, and acceptance of this position is mandatory. It is not allowed for those deemed suitable to decline. So if they make you a lord to take part in the crown contest, you can't decline. You have to participate. It's a lot of bullshit to read here. Wait, if it has to be a Danon that becomes sovereign, does that mean Voron's a Danon too? That makes what he did on Dana even more fucked up. If that's the case. This isn't for one of the max to Elfenwar. Yeah, it kind of seems like it, doesn't it? It's Anime Spartan 2 program. Detachable harvester. Was that the wedge? It's equipment for storing human bodies, whether it held living or dead ones, they're all empty now. Okay. From the Lenegis structures, you can see pipes transporting national energy signal from them. That's everything in that room. What about neither of these rooms? Oh shit, I remember this room from Alpha's flashback. There are a bunch of dead bodies on these tables. This whole area is kind of fucked up, I'm not gonna lie. Real life bottles. What if that's the reason the game is giving me those? Hello? Are we in a flashback again? Yeah, we are.
Naori,
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Rena never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden.
It's that guy Iron Mask that we haven't seen in forever. What?
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell. His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation
It's
mode.
implied when he does have the mask, like earlier in the game, it is implied that he can see
surviving
through it.
hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries
don't really
a high
explain
risk
how.
of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... If I don't head back, Lenegis will be nothing but ashes. And this starship along with it.
Yeah. Yeah, the mask is why he forgot why he had amnesia.
I don't know
As soon
if I
as the
can
mask
fulfill
came
my
off,
promise
like
to
all
you,
his
Alphen.
memories came flooding back to him.
But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Alphen. That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape Lenegis.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me, and made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
All right. Classified area. Let's see what we got. Heavy treat. 3,000 HP to all allies. Yeah. Biggest badass. Really? There's nothing over here? What is the point of this room? Alright, that is starting to look a bit like the wedge.
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of
This is where the spirit channeling ceremony took place.
After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony. This is where the Renis Alma was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renis Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
Naori.
What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day,
I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
It definitely seems like it, right? Like she's in the fucking live stream.
What we did back
She's
then.
become a part of the
Not so
astral
much as
energy.
a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the
Imagine
name of a
Aerith just
ceremony.
pops in,
The purpose of which we were never even told.
just standing in the background.
As sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening.
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could.
Yes,
Using
exactly,
my abilities
Audrey.
as
The
the
Elder
maiden,
Scrolls
I
4
tried to seal
Oblivion.
that power away inside of
Yep.
me.
This was all Todd Howard's
But
doing.
it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees.
God Coward almost caused the
Thousands upon
apocalypse
thousands of
with Elder
lives
Scrolls
so
4
cruelly
Oblivion.
snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen, the Sovereign, was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse onto my descendants as well. Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just...
Naori.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Danan voice speaking through her?
I'm sorry, what?
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So
For a
you're
second
saying
there, I
this
thought it had
is the
created like
Maiden's
a
outfit?
second
That's
outfit.
right. These clothes are
And
designed
it
to
brought
resonate
back
with the Sovereign and
Naori
Maiden's
from the
abilities.
past.
They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Aerith got tired, so she kicked them out.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Shion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a Maiden and Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Shion.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but
I'm waiting for.
I just can't seem to help it.
Like something can go back at some point here.
Even though I know the world's still in great peril, it's selfish of me, I know, but still.
No, it isn't.
How ironic
You found hope
for
to
it.
believe in.
How
It'd be
ironic
strange
would
if
it
you
be
weren't over the moon about it.
Rinwell's right.
for
We can
the
rid
one
you of your
character at the
curse
party
and
that
still
uses
save
a
the
gun
world at the
to
same
just
time.
get shot dead right here?
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah, we can protect the world and save Shion at the same time.
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renin lore is bound to
it's
be a
giving me
useful
that same
asset.
feeling too.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
Nope.
How do you
No,
know
it is
it's me
not.
they're following? We're all in this together, Shion.
I legit
Yeah,
might
please.
have to end the stream after this cutscene because I do have to go to work tomorrow.
Now let's get moving, shall we? Last I heard, we had an apocalypse to stop. Thank you, Naori.
You're just gonna keep guessing. You're just gonna keep guessing for like the exact moment something's gonna go wrong, aren't you?
So Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Shion.
So
It's
Alphen
my
had the
fault that
thorns
you're
originally.
You're wrong.
That Naori
What
sealed them
happened to
away,
you was
and then
because
the
of the
thorns got
ceremony
passed down
and
to
Naori's
Shion.
attempt to stop Oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it, and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories.
It is kind of
It's the
surprising everyone
reason
survived
for
that
your
cutscene. You're not
curse.
wrong.
The thorns.
It all leads back to them. But once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream that such a thing could be possible. No, the truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack, embracing everyone.
You can
All
still
the
smack
normal
Law
things
even with your thorns.
that
It'll just
people do
sting
together.
a bit more.
I always wished I could experience them for myself and finally know what they were like. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up.
Yeah,
And what
or
if it
getting
doesn't
vague.
work out in the end?
You're right,
And
Audrey.
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live a normal life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
Yeah. You're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know.
Audrey, at
that
this
we've
point,
still
it's
got
almost
plenty
like you're
of fighting
begging
up
for her
ahead.
to get shot.
And it's for my sake. So I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
Latest mega. Alright, what's this title cover? That? Gosh, be really useful. I should spend some SP. I'll do that later. So Dale Arthalis, a sword given to the chosen sovereign that draws out all of their latent power so as to carry out the spirit channeling ceremony. God Marthalis, your wonder guard to the chosen sovereign, bring them the endurance to withstand the immense power of the spirit channeling. Laz Farki, I think? I don't know. Surrender guard given to the chosen man capable of interfering with astral energy and sword to retain the sovereign's power. Oh, Audrey's pissed. Audrey's pissed now.
Sounds like this Naori chick had quite the big heart.
Her position demanded nothing less.
Look at the
Some
owl.
things,
Look at the
she
owl
didn't
gets
focus
shot
on
right now.
differences, least of all those between Renans and Danans.
Yeah. It was Naori who first showed me that such a thing was even possible. And then she saved my life.
No, not
by
the pain
sending me
arms.
back home to Dana.
Not only that, but she willingly stayed behind on Lenegis for
Archer,
the
you
sake
gotta
of her
control
people.
yourself. Don't
It
let the
sounds
pain
like she
arms
was quite the
control you.
hero, all right. A truly caring person.
It's as if walls meant nothing to her. The ones separating the Renans from the Danans, or herself from others. She had no need for them.
Which basically meant that she never had anything to break down in the first place, huh? Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
You inherited that legacy. Her wish for the world.
Don't I know it?
She's kind of like a lodestar guiding our way, showing us what we can aspire to.
You know, it's even more baffling when you consider Sephiroth. Volron is also a very Sephiroth-esque character too. Like Volron reminds me a lot of Sephiroth. Actually. Oh, that's a cool image. Okay, here's what's gonna happen. Depending on what happens when I enter this door, I will either end the stream and just finish this shit up tomorrow. or just fucking knock this shit out today. We'll see. Let's see what happens. Alright. Well, this doesn't really give me any answers, so once we go through the teleporter, I guess. If I go through the teleporter, it's like, oh, here's a big fight, then we'll keep going. But if it's just endless cutscenes again, it's gonna have to wait till tomorrow now. God damn it, this is still not fucking helping. Alright, next door. Let's find out.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the
Okay.
Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
Okay. Alright.
This is it, guys. Time to see what secrets are in store.
Alright, this is actually the end. We can keep going. Just try and bang this shit out tonight. Alright, this definitely feels like it's gonna be the end because there's a fucking this thing here. Healing light.
We're a long way from the residential quarters now. It looks completely different.
It looks like the Wedge.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, this place, it reminds me more of being back inside the Wedge.
Except the Danon astral energy feels even stronger here.
In a portion of the city reserved purely for the Renan Sovereign.
Maybe he just has strange tastes?
This place looks like it has been here for quite some time now. If its design were a matter of personal preference, we would be talking from centuries ago. Or perhaps even further back. Still, this isn't the sort of decadence of taste spoken of in artistic circles. So what is it then?
Hold up, decadence? Artistic circles?
When a preference is indulged to its extreme, it descends into kitsch, eccentricity for the sake of it. I'd be happy to illuminate you further.
I've never
That
heard the word
depends.
kitsch before.
Does it involve you buying me lunch?
The void that art fills isn't the stomach, it's the soul.
In that case, I'll let you know the next time my soul starts to rumble.
Now all we need is something to fill up the void inside your head.
Shut up!
Like I said before, Bridwell will never let an opportunity pass to just fucking bully the shit out of Law. Alright. Let's heal up. Let's get this shit done. The buff is almost gone too, by the way. The buff from the meal we had earlier.
Volron! He really was still
She
alive.
did get him. She got him good.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait though, something doesn't seem right here.
You telling me something doesn't seem right about the dude strapped into a tentacle bed with a floating ball in front of him?
All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena at the shrine of the true sovereign.
That's probably because tentacle
What
ball.
has
I guess.
happened to him? He's lost himself, reduced to a mere cog in a machine.
Hey look,
He is doing
over
it to
there.
himself. You're not wrong.
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but are we already too late to stop the
This
ceremony?
entire chamber is a powerful waifu?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy. That said, we should retrieve
It's
the
funny you mentioned
Renaissance.
the Death Star, because I was saying earlier,
Because
we
right
should just
now,
blow this place up
we
like
need
the
that
fucking,
most
like it's the
of all.
fucking Death Star.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alfred, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
I'm not even sure if she
What?
can speak.
They all have the same face? How is that even possible?
Oh, she's transforming. Okay. Alright.
What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't be. Are they even people?
I don't think they are.
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
They're not
That was a
feeling
quick
partic-
turn. The Red Woman. They certainly are Red Women. That was a quick, this is a quick turn, Audrey. Oh, she kind of
Really
cute though.
talkative.
Oh wait,
It's no
never
use,
mind.
Alvin. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting ducks
Still
here.
pretty badass design though. Not as badass as Tormented limbs, but you know. She's dark, so she's weak to it. Current party should be fine. Fuck. If you great is to stop throwing shit at me, I really appreciate it.
That'll bring you down.
I just interrupted her healing spell by making her do that. Fuck. Use everyone's boost attacks.
No further.
And all out the way.
Not now, not ever.
Okay. I wish I had better fucking life hearts for Alvin. I don't.
Not today. Their arms are interrupted.
Oh god.
Need to pull myself together.
Here's a healing arc. First aid.
Take this.
This one's mine. Mega ray.
Try harder. My turn. Time to let it rip.
Tiger blade. Inferno.
Double demon fang. Double demon fang.
None shall escape my judgment.
Dazzle.
Here.
Double demon fang.
So I can do this again.
But this fight ends here.
Yeah, they do have a lot of health. Also, yes, Beyblades. 100%. Annoying as fuck, Beyblades, too. Especially at what level are they?
Will this help?
48. I think our party's like 40, 41 still. Alright, 43, 44. It's still not great, but I've come out of worse. Please.
Here, let me help.
Not today.
Piercing roar.
Lightning orb.
Lightning strike.
Where are you going?
Waterfall.
Lightning strike.
Dazzle.
Sleep now.
Soaring lightning.
I'll be saving
Try
you.
harder. Now. You're mine.
Hurricane denied.
Slap
I can carve through armor.
First aid.
On guard.
Alright.
Glacial spear.
In a bind?
Lion howl.
Take this.
Blazing storm.
This
Not in
one's
your
all
dreams.
mine.
Alright.
Hear my call.
Alright, I think I got all three of them with that. Unfortunately, they didn't stay stuck for very long. Yeah, it's pretty stupid that you can just make them show up for like one secret. That's it. I'm not gonna do this stupid shit now.
Take this.
Oh fuck.
Vanquish darkness. Healing circle. Time to shot.
Nothing is right here.
Hurricane strike. Lightning strike.
The flaming
Piercing roar.
to be let free.
Just let lightning strike. Hurricane strike.
Where are you going?
Here, let me help. Not in your dreams. First aid. I call upon thee.
Alright, yeah, I'm gonna do everything.
Annihilation. Searing flame. Shooting star. Thunder hail. Flight. Healing circle.
Armor won't save you!
May a thousand gales carry you to tread!
Did one of them die? No, all three of them are still there.
You picked the wrong fight! Appreciate that!
Oh, they're pissed.
Sleep now. Pull myself together.
Double demon fang! Double demon fang!
Can't be
Just
happening.
throw
Stay away
projectiles
from
at
my
them
friend!
while they're doing this shit.
Double demon fang!
Blast in the wind. In here.
Plasma shock!
I'll be saving this
Nothing gets by me! Denied! You're mine! I'm not
Going in.
Plasma shock!
Come here, evil.
Not today! Plasma shock! Armor won't save
Punch
you!
him real hard, though.
You're out! Can't get out of this!
Honestly, yeah, I can see that. I can see this working well for an X-Men game.
Going in.
Make your team of 4 X-Men. Give them each like a point, sort of. I can see that.
Try harder! My turn!
It's almost there.
Ignite!
And she's pissed again.
Double demon fang!
There you go.
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! Now!
Alright.
Surrender!
I actually don't think that take is that
Fighting is
controversial.
useless
I
now.
honestly do think this battle
Do you
system
think it's
would
really
work
over?
really well for X-Men game. I never talked about this before. That's actually a really good idea.
Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve!
What? It's self-destructed?
Alvin!
I'm okay. Just a little
Self-destructed
left.
and didn't do shit. Like Chaozu
You had me worried there.
or Cell.
Who said you could touch that?
Oh god, Boron's awake.
Damn it! He's awake!
I should have thought as much. So you know this place? Naturally, it was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart. Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me? You cut me down.
Yeah, I told you.
Sovereign
This
or
dude
not,
is like just
you
legit
will
Sephiroth.
pay for that.
Like he reminds me of Sephiroth. He even uses big sword.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right
Although
now.
granted, it's not as long as Sephiroth's, but it's still.
Really, is that what you think?
Still a long ass sword.
Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler
Yeah.
would spend all his time
he's cool.
chasing Alf,
I like him
who
too.
happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still
Damn,
kept
Audrey, I
going
thought
back
we
to
were
Dana.
friends.
There
I
must
thought
have been
you'd be
some
cheering on
vital
me. I thought
reason
you'd
their
be in my
subject had
corner.
to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we
Nah,
found in the library.
I guess not.
For you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us
He
to a
is very
simple
cool.
conclusion.
I'll give you that.
Then you mean Boron was kidnapped just like Alphen? But then he became
A slave from Dana. I guess.
Fucking knew it. I knew he was Dana.
Isn't that right? Volron.
So he posed as a Renan and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renan and Dana have meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with
Thanks,
this.
Audrey.
A red woman?
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Don't do it!
Serenus Alma!
Everything's exploding.
Too late. We can't stay here.
We need to go. Outfit!
The red woman for next Smash character. Confirmed. Okay, that shot right there is a very Sephiroth shot. I don't care what anyone says. That shot of Volron, like, with a fire in front of him. Imagine he misses the catch. Oh, but they're thorns though. Bear through the pain off him. Oh, Oron's pissed. See, about that, after his mask broke off, he got his sense of pain back.
But no, I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Let's go.
I'm honestly surprised we didn't have to
I
play
am the one
Voron
who
again.
devours everything, who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am.
Yeah, he did just straight up, that will never be a memory. He did, he just straight
Are
up.
you two okay?
Yeah, we'll be fine.
Is Volron... Have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers in Faria in a trance?
What? Those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renaissance.
One-winged sovereign.
Damn it, that's the second time now.
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. And right now, those things are what's standing in our way. We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
I honestly can't believe it still isn't
Volron
already.
mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
Are we seriously about
If
to
that
go to
monstrous
Rena?
form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah.
This
There's
is
a
the
good
third
chance it's
time the
not
game has
human.
ended and
That's
kept
for sure.
the second time rather. The game has ended
So
and kept
this
going.
thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the Renaissance in their grasp already, so it's
God, we're
unlikely
really
they'll
about
have
to go
cause
to
to
Rena.
return to Dana. I agree
my
that
God.
Rena's our best shot.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
But seriously, I was not expecting Volron to actually be here.
He seemed to care not one
I
whit about
appreciate the
Renan's or
concern,
Dana's.
Audrey, and
Yeah,
you're right. I
in a
really
good way,
should go
like
get
with
some
us.
sleep. But first, Skit.
I didn't see that coming about Volron. As for those red women, to think they were monsters all along.
Tell me about it. One minute they look perfectly human, Next thing you know, they're not actually human at all.
They definitely weren't Renan or Danon. I'm not even sure language would get through to them.
I honestly wouldn't even be fucking
So
surprised.
what were they then?
If it has 16
Human
endings.
Zoogle hybrids?
Is the most terrifying thing anyone said all day.
How about you, Shion? Dohaly? You ever seen anything like that before?
No, never. However, if they're the same as the Red Woman we've seen with Volron, I think it's safe for us to assume they understand our language at the very least.
I had just so much I wanted to ask them. About Rena and Shion's thorns.
Unfortunately, they blew themselves up before we got the chance. Why would they do such a thing, though? To take us with them? Or in order to keep something hidden?
Both sound plausible to my ears. They took off with the Renis Alma too, remember?
Yeah, they did. And the next time we meet them, we're going to make sure they tell us everything they know.
Okay. Alright. I'm gonna save. And it's time to end this shit. We gotta stop. We gotta stop at some point. And the game is gonna just keep going because apparently now we gotta fucking go to Rena. Fuck. But thanks for watching, guys. Thanks Audrey again for the thanks Pain Arms. My good friend Pain Arms. Yeah, good night, Pain Arms. I appreciate you watching. I appreciate you hanging out. Thanks again for the $5. And I can't wait to hear the confusion from our friends the next time we do the podcast. I can't fucking wait. It's gonna be awesome. Speaking of the podcast, if you guys watching this want to listen to my voice and the voices of my friends Audrey, who is in the chat right now, Rex, Halo, and Couch Copy, and you want to hear us talk about video games and video game news and ramble on about other nonsensical bullshit, listen to our podcast at Socially Awkward Syndicate. Look it up on your podcast platform of choice, and it might be there because I don't remember which ones it's actually on. If you want to follow my Twitter, Instagram, or YouTube channel, those are in the fucking panels down below. I still gotta make a panel for the podcast. I keep forgetting to do that. And if you're watching the vlog on YouTube, all of these links, along with a link to the Twitch channel, will be in the description down below. Next stream will be tomorrow night at 8 p.m. We will be continuing this game, and I don't even want to say we're gonna beat it because I feel like this is the second time. This is the second time we've gotten to a point where it felt like it was gonna end. It just kept on going. So who knows? But apparently we're going to Rena. Tomorrow night we're going to Rena. So yeah, I hope to see you guys there. Have a good night, guys. And have a good night, Audrey. Bye-bye.